It is great to be back at Bear Lake. We want to thank our local sponsors, Clover Creek Inn. There's just something about that motel that is really appealing, especially to our timers. I think it's the bar. I'm not sure. But great service down there. Been having a lot of fun hanging out with the locals. And Phillips 66, you save convenience right down there at the bottom of the canyon. And while we're on the topic of alcohol, it's also a liquor store. So if you're trying to figure out where to get your flask filled, that would be the place that you want to go. And here directly, we'll have the donation bucket out there. So that's not so much for all you folks, but the more you put in there, the more it helps anyway. So if you're a racer here, we're glad the ambulance is here. And if you help RMSHA pay it out a little bit, well, that just makes it so we can be a better association. King of Kings sponsors Articat. Passion is power. Polaris, think outside. Skidoo, BRP, brought to you by Skidoo, producers of the world's first and only factory-built turbocharged two-stroke snowmobiles. Discover that Skidoo feeling. And Starting Line Products, your adventure starts here. King of the Hill sponsor and our Hot Pit sponsor, Boondocker. For those who demand the best, Boondocker gives its customers the edge to take on the most technical terrain with performance you can depend on. And even though he's not here, he'll probably be watching live feed if he's not on a boat somewhere in warmer weather. Big thanks to Butcher Racing, Bart and Tara. Thanks to you and all you do for RMSHA. Big thanks to Carl Cycle Sales, Idaho's largest power sports dealership, family owned and operated since 1966. We're the premier Gas, Honda, Husqvarna, Kawasaki, KTM, Polaris, Timbersled, and Suzuki power sports dealership in the Northwest. We don't just sell snowmobiles, motorcycles, ATVs, and UTVs. We ride them and test the limits of the power sports vehicles that we sell. At Carl Cycle Sales, we know because we ride. Big thanks to our gate sponsors, Driven Power Sports, Wyoming's premier Polaris and Skidoo dealer. Fox Shocks, go farther, ride Fox. And Raptor Shocks, leaders in aftermarket suspension development, proudly made in the USA. Our Starting Line sponsor is Rocky Mountain Power Sports, serving your power sports and equipment needs in God's perfect square. Big thanks to Tad Jenkins Auto Group, Queen of the Hill sponsor, where small town values endure. We're changing the way cars and trucks are bought. And a great big thank you going out to Thomas Drilling, who has been having to go without their commander-in-chief for a little bit because he's been putting these races together. So big thanks, Tyson, and the whole crew at Thomas Drilling. Tapping water for years, serving Idaho and Wyoming. And, of course, Zebro's gate sponsor, upgrade your suspension. Queen of the Hill sponsors are Salt River Motors. Our mission is to offer you the latest Polaris snowmobiles, ATVs, and side-by-sides, along with unparalleled service. Once you give us a try, we're sure you'll be back for more. Once again, Phillips 66 U-Save and Star Valley Skidoo. Cousin Delmar are going to take care of your Skidoo needs there in Star Valley. Hill Help. Sweet. If you're looking for Hill Help, the concession stand is the place to be. If you're part of that, we'll keep checking over there. We got one. Once again, if you're Hill Help, check in over at the concession stand. If you came to help us out, we are very, very, very grateful to you after last weekend. So if you are here for Hill Help, head over to the concession stand, and we have one over there waiting right now, and we'll get you lined out. Our points leader sponsors are Afton Point S Tire, Johnson's X, specializing in utility work and custom home excavation, serving Summit and Wasatch counties in Utah.
I forgot to resend that to you, and I haven't updated it either.
Okay.
So
Yeah, when you get it, that's fine. I was talking to Aaron last night, and I got this little snowy background. I can. Hopefully this doesn't screw up my program here. I don't know if it has music behind it, and it's not on this computer. That would explain why I can't find it.
nice. There you go.
I've only got freaking 9 of them now, so.
There's your blue lane.
Perfect.
Yeah. Sorry about all the emails yesterday. I don't know if you paid attention,
Did we
but
move seniors over?
Yep.
yep.
We didn't move masters over though, did we?
Nope.
We were going to.
Who's the biggest fit?
Well, I mean, it's
Which one?
exactly
I
who
want
you
to know.
think.
All of them, I'm
Tom
sure.
Roby.
Well, and
Shit,
technically,
I can't tear him down. He's running mods only now.
I know he's well, and he told Tyson, he's like, if you do that, I just won't run master. Okay, fine. Which is exactly what I expected. I'm like, he's a little kid. He's gonna throw fit and pout, and that's fine. That's who Tom is. Like, he's a great guy, but we just know he's gonna throw fit if he doesn't get things the way he wants. He's a big 2-year-old. It's fine. It's totally fine. But I had running orders done
With the
with
masters
the
and the blue
masters
lane.
and the seniors in the blue lane. And then at 11 o'clock on Wednesday, I got a call to switch that. So then I switched it. Well, then I had rolled over 2 people. Well, technically I enrolled one, and then I rolled over Bob Tom and put him in all master classes instead of all senior classes. But I figured that one out last night. No, the night before, late. Um, but I put Sherman, Nilsson, and Bob Tom initially in open mod instead of master mod. So then I had to go through and fix that. And then Trent Handtaker was in open mod instead of master mod, but he did that to himself.
Yeah.
I was like, you jerk.
You got running orders from the starting line?
Yeah. Oh, I sent one set over with Tyler. But do you want single sided or double sided?
Doesn't matter.
There's a single sided,
By
and then
tomorrow, Jeff's clipboarding in.
Still sitting
Keep
on that
things
sheet.
drier in a way.
right,
I should buy you a clipboard and a sheet of plastic, huh?
right.
I've got 1,000 sheets of plastic in here.
Oh, do you?
You know what? I have. Whoops.
Yep.
I have some of these.
Yeah, that's what I got. That's what I got a whole bunch of
I've
that.
got an
I
extra
got them
one.
on my clipboards already. So
Okay,
You
perfect.
make marks on them as you go?
no.
No, I was asking MD because he could just lay that over the top of it.
Right. I got them. I got.
Oh, you got
your
your all.
to the top of the clipboard.
Oh.
Hold on, your blue one should be
Smart
printing
guy.
in just a second.
Okay.
Yeah, I got them taped to the top of the clipboard.
You dropped a receipt. I don't know if you need it or not, but you dropped
Probably
it.
not.
We have printing today.
Awesome.
Yeah, I came in last night at 10, whatever it was, when I got to the hill, and I was like, I'm putting the colored ink in now so it can, like,
You got your ink and everything.
be ready and
20 minutes to go, folks. It is 7:40 right now, and we are going to race at 8 a.m.
I almost turned
That's
off
a
the
great
generator.
feeling.
Did you hear that? I almost turned off your generator last night. It should be printing right now.
Oh, okay.
Do you want it stapled or do you want it unstapled? Rusty Johnson, if you're nearby, can you stop into the announcer's trailer? Rusty Johnson, if you could stop by and say hi, that'd be great.
don't forget about the Highmark Club if you want to be a member of RMSHA without even having to buy a snowmobile. Get in on the Highmark Club for just $100 for the entire year of 2021. You're going to get put in for some awesome drawings from some of our great sponsors and business partners, and they are Point S Tire, Articat, Backcountry Taxidermy, Boondocker, BRP, Butcher Racing, Carl Cycle Sales, Castle X, Clover Creek Inn, Crapo Farms, Driven Power Sports and Marine, Duckworth Wool, Fast Signs, 40 Bar Ranch, Fox Shocks, FXR, Johnson's X, Kate's Real Food, and of course, Climb. Dustin Pancari watching the stream right now. Maybe he'll come visit us someday. Big thanks to the McGinnis family, Pitch Insurance, Polaris Industries, Precision Boats, and Articat, Renton Coil Springs, Rexburg Motorsports, Rocky Mountain Power Sports, Salt River Motors, Star Valley Skidoo, Starting Line Products, Starting Line Performance, Tad Jenkins Auto Group, Thomas Drilling, Valley Auto Supply, Weller's Recreation, U-Save Convenience, and Zebros, all providing some really, really great prizes for the drawings that'll happen at each race. For members of the Highmark Club, your support goes a long, long way, and we appreciate all of our neighbors. Keith Bailey, if it wouldn't be a huge inconvenience for you as we get ready to go here, if you could come and do us a prayer, if you're within the sound of my voice, I think you'd probably do a much better job at it than me. We're just about ready to go. All right, everybody, we're going to start the day off right with a prayer. I'll say the prayer, and then Alexi is going to sing for us. So if everybody could take just a second and bow our heads, and then when we get the lights and everything ready, we will be ready to rock and roll. Our dear Heavenly Father, we are so truly grateful to be here, to have arrived safely and to have gotten home safely. Lord, we ask a special blessing on all of our racers and especially those that have showed up to volunteer to help on the hill. We just ask for a day of safety, and we thank you so much for this snow. And we say these things in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Oh, thank you, Alexi. It just keeps getting better, and it started off great. So that's pretty darn good right there. We are getting ready to race. Just dial in a few last-minute things. You can watch the statistics on livetiming.org. And I don't think we've got the race registered up there just yet, but as soon as it's up there, just go there and you look on the dashboard and scroll down until you find the Bear Lake 2 race. Live feed happening on Facebook, but here's the deal. Not everybody has Facebook. So if you got friends or family that don't have Facebook, rmxsports.tv is going to be broadcasting this on a simulcast as well over on YouTube, so you can watch it on your big screen in your house. Big thanks to RMX Sports, Aaron, and the entire crew up here suffering through the elements and bringing you all of this production. Aaron has been a godsend to RMSHA. He's the mastermind behind the awesome graphics and everything, and in conditions that are not what you would really consider great for a live broadcast, Aaron does it, and he's got a great crew. So great big thanks to rmxsports.tv for simulcasting that and the production all coming to you. Todd Tupper, if you could swing by, if you got a second, that'd be great. Trying to find the appropriate logo for you. All right, we are off and running, and as soon as I get live timing rolling here, we will tell you all about it. All right, we got off and running, and we started with racer number 98, Sam Peterson out of Wisdom, Montana, riding Polaris in the 600 Pro Stock is what we're starting off with, and racer number 268, Jeff Rogers, Camas, Utah, in the blue lane, moving the Pro Senior Stock over into the Semi-Pro lane for time constraints this weekend. All right. I'm going to get you caught up here in just 1 second. Found it. We are locked and loaded. All this new technology. So, Farron Gilbert came in with a 114.88, 114.88 for Farron Gilbert. Trayson Lutz came in with 105.79, 105.79. On the hill right now in the 600 Pro Stock is racer number 99, Kobe Crapo, riding Polaris. And in the blue lane, racer number 47, Jim Marshall in the Pro Senior Stock. Our most seasoned racer on the mountain right now in the blue lane, qualifying Pro Senior Stock. Jim Marshall coming in with a 107.40. 107.40 for Jim Marshall. Kobe Crapo came in with 100.37. 100.37. Let's take a little looky-loo down here and find out what happened with And Tanner Myers coming in with a 59.72, 5.9. 7-2 for Tanner Myers. Up next in the red lane, racer number 192, Tavern Rep, Tremont, Utah, riding Polaris. He's going to be followed by Keith Curtis. Sean Choate. Sounds like he's going to come in with a 4.9 high mark. 4.9 high mark for Sean Choate. And we got a special guest announcer working with us this week. And let's see if you recognize this guy's voice.
All right, we got Brad Sharp from Moxie, Washington. He's going to be in the blue lane. Followed by Bob Tom, and then we'll move into women's stock.
Just like a pro right there. Brandon Tittenser joining us in the announcer trailer. Brandon, how are you doing other than you're not racing?
You know what? I'm doing pretty good. I got to come here and see all my RMSHA buddies and you.
Yeah.
And that fancy mustache.
Yeah, don't sit too close. It tickles.
6 feet.
6 feet apart. All right, so we got Tavern Rupp on the hill in 600 Pro Stock. Tavern Rupp comes in with 108.48. 108.48 for Tavern Rupp up next. Racer number 711, Keith Curtis, Dillon, Montana. Riding Polaris, he'll be followed by Cody Bonney and Kyle Heap.
All right, Brad Sharp's up and over with a 104.67. 104.67. Now we're moving on to number 24, Bob Tom. After Bob Tom, we'll move into women's stock with Tiffany McWilliams, Brooke Long, and Deborah Long.
And Keith Curtis comes in with 59.58, 5.958. 5.958 for Keith Curtis. Up next, racer number 854, Cody Bonney, Helena, Montana, riding Polaris, followed by Kyle Heap, 600 Pro Stock in the red lane.
All right, Bob Tom, we get a mark of 12.6. 12.6. Now we'll move into women's stock.
Cody Bonney going to come in with 11.2. 11.2 for Cody Bonney. Up next, racer number 217, Kyle Heap, Evanston, Wyoming, riding Polaris, followed by Zach Wormers and Seth Wilson. right. Going to take you back to the first out in 600 Pro Stock. It was Sam Peterson, and he came in with a 101.39. We'll get you Jeff's here in just a second.
All right, Jeff Rogers was first out in the Pro Senior Stock. He come in with a 111.25. Looks like we got Bob Tom down off the hill. We're going to run into women's stock with Tiffany McWilliams, Brooke Long, and Debbie Long.
And Kyle Heap going to come in with 101.49, 101.49 for Kyle Heap. Up next, racer number 134, Zach Wormers, Bozeman, Montana, riding players, followed by Seth Wilson and Wild Will Burgess. Zach Wormers comes in with 101.53, 101.53 for Zach Wormers. Up next, racer number 89, Seth Wilson, Pacing Utah, riding players, followed by Will Burgess and Riley Sprunger.
Tiffany McWilliams goes up and over with a 121.31. 121.31. We'll move on to Brooke Long and Debbie Long. And then Sammy. What's that one? McAckney. And we have a pair of goggles that were just turned in over at the announcer stand. A pair of goggles, if anybody dropped them in the pit area. Looks like a set of fly goggles in a bag.
And once again, wanted to remind everybody, all racers, that when your class is up, we do need you over in the cool pit, which is just beyond Jeff's trailer. And then as you come up, you can come up to the hot pit, get on a jack stand, and warm them up.
Okay, we got the owner of the goggles, and it looks like we had a little problem up there with Brooke on 6.9. 6.9. When we get Brooke off the hill, we'll move into Debbie Long and then on to Sammy and then Taylor Myers.
All right, we're rocking and rolling with racer number 541, Wild Will Burgess, Sublimity, Oregon, riding Skidoo. That boy puts in a lot of miles. He'll be followed by Riley Sprunger. Cole Thomas, Keith Bailey going to wrap up the Class 7 stock. Be ready. And if I didn't tell you before, Seth Wilson got a 104.33.
Looks like we got Brooke off the hill. We're going to go on with Debbie Long from Spirit Lake, Idaho on a Skidoo.
Wild Will gets it done with 116.85. 116.85 for Wild Will Burgess. Up next, racer number 515, Riley Sprunger, Butte, Montana, riding players, followed by Cole Thomas and Keith Bailey. Riley coming in with 10078. 10078 for Riley Sprunger. Racer number 401, Cole Thomas, Afton, Wyoming, riding Polaris, to be followed by Keith Bailey. Keith will wrap up the class. We'll go right into qualifying 700 stock.
All right, here we go with Sammy McCackney. I'll get you Debbie Long's time here in just a second. And then we'll move on to Tanner Myers and Taylor Peck. All right, we had a shared sled with the longs there, so we actually, that was Sammy McCackney. I'll get this right by the end of the day.
Took me till noon last weekend.
We got Taylor Myers is on the hill now, and then we'll move on to Taylor Peck. Taylor Myers is up and over with a 113.74.
All right, sounds like Cole Thomas coming in with a high mark. We'll get that for you here in just a second as we go with the final qualifier of 600 stock for Bear Lake race number 2, racer number 517, Keith Bailey, Moroni, Utah. Riding Polaris, he's going to be followed by Kobe Crapo, Kyle Heap, and Sam Peterson, starting off 700 stock.
All right, for all you that are all screwed up in the women's lane now, I'm going to read this off a little bit. We had some shared sleds and messed up here. So Tiffany McWilliams comes at a 1:21.31. Brooke Long, high mark of 6.9. We skipped Debbie Long, moved on to Sammy McCackney with a 109.71. Taylor Myers with a 113.74. And Taylor Peck is on the hill now. And then we'll move back to Debbie Long. All right, Taylor Peck's up and over with a 136.65. 136.65. Now we'll move back to Debbie Long. That'll finish up our women's stock. Up next, we'll have semi-pro stock with number 729, Dylan Boyce, Rigby, Idaho, followed by Tyler Corral from Paris, Idaho, on a Polaris, and then Dylan Hart, Star Valley Ranch, Wyoming, on a Polaris.
And Keith Bailey had a 109.27, 109.27 for Keith Bailey on the hill right now in 700 stock qualifying. Gunner, number 99, Kobe Crapo, St. Anthony, Idaho, followed by Kyle Heap and smiling Sam Peterson.
Looks like Debbie's going to run into a little trouble up there and get turned downhill. At 12.5. 12.5 for Debbie Long. Now we'll move into semi-pro stock.
And Kobe Crapo setting the bar pretty darn high right now with a 5.975. 5.975 for Kobe Crapo. On the hill right now, racer number 217, Kyle Heap, Evanston, Wyoming, riding Polaris, followed by Sam Peterson and Seth Wilson.
All right, semi-pro stock, number 729, Dylan Boyce, Rigby, Idaho, on a Skidoo, followed by Tyler Corral in Paris, Idaho, on a Polaris. Then Dylan Hart, Star Valley Ranch, Wyoming. We have 2 Dylan Harts in this class, so pay attention to where they're from.
And Kyle Heap, wow, moving into the first in qualifying right now with 58.90. 58.90, leaving the line, racer number 98, Sam Peterson, Wisdom, Montana, riding Polaris. He'll be followed by Seth Wilson and Luke Rainey. We might see a change in the leaderboard right here.
Oh, no, it looks like Dylan Boyce missed gate 13. Just got word that he missed gate 13. So we'll move on to Tyler Corral, Paris, Idaho, on a Polaris. Followed by Dylan Hart and Chance Wright. Calm down, Seth. You got this, buddy.
Wow, 5.868, just barely edging into the lead right there, Sam Peterson. Now we go with racer number 89, co-pilot of my co-announcer, Seth Wilson, Payson, Utah, riding Polaris. He'll be followed by Luke Rainey and Keith Bailey. Good job, Seth. 101.47, 101.47 for Seth Wilson. Up next, racer number 303. Boy, it is tough to look back and see that this guy's behind you. Luke Rainey, Thane, Wyoming, riding Polaris. He'll be followed by Keith Bailey and Wild Will Burgess. Could see another change right here. Super fast qualifying going on in 700 stock.
I don't. All right. Tyler Corral is up and over with a 1.0089. 1.0089. Followed by Dylan Hart and Chance Wright.
You got to pull that real hard, Lexi. No, never mind. They locked you out.
All right. Dylan Hart's up and over with a 5-4-5-6, moving him into the lead. 5-4-5-6, followed by Chance Wright and Eric Kerr.
And check this out in the pro lane. Luke Rainey now moving into the fastest qualifier and fastest time of the day. On the hill right now, racer number 517, Keith Bailey, Moroni, Utah. Got the cutest cheering section. Some people might argue that, but his little girls are just cuter than a bug's ear. He's going to be followed by Wild Will Burgess and Tavern Rupp.
I was going to argue that, but you know what? I like cheering for Keith Bailey myself.
There you go. And you're pretty darn cute, Brandon.
All right. Chance Wright's up and over with a 1-0-0-4-2, moving him in the second spot. Got Eric Kerr and Michael Murphy.
And Keith Bailey coming in with 109.43. 109.43 for Keith Bailey. Up next, racer number 541, Wild Will Burgess, Sublimity, Oregon, riding Skidoo this year, making the switch. He'll be followed by Tavern Rupp and Les Keller.
All right, Eric Kerr's up and over with a 5-7-6-1. 5-7-6-1. We're going to move on to Michael Murphy, followed by the man, Tyler Coles, Blackfoot, Idaho.
All right. Unfortunately, Wild Will Burgess going to have to take a high mark at gate 13. He is up and over safe and sound. We're going to go on with racer number 192, Tavern Rupp, Tremont, Utah, riding Polaris. He'll be followed by Les Keller and Cole Thomas.
All right, Michael Murphy's up and over with a 101-15. 101-15. Now we're going to move on to my man, Tyler Coles, on a Polaris. So this morning on my post, I put throttles on the right, and it looks like Tyler's figured that out, but he's got to remember, today is not the finals.
It's kind of hard to do. It's almost as if somebody told you that at one point in time. 104.17 for Tavern up 104.17 for Tavern. Up next, racer number 147, Les Keller out of Kalispell, Montana. He'll be followed by Cole Thomas and Zach Wormers. Trayson Lutz is going to finish up qualifying. We are moving and a grooving today. Be ready, everybody. ProMaster Stock, start making your way to the cool pit. ProMaster Stock, start making your way to the cool pit, where the cool guys hang out.
There it is, your new leader, 5-2-2-8 for Tyler Coles, 5-2-2-8. Moving into the lead, followed by Dylan Hart out of Lolo, Montana. Followed by Tanner Thomas from Afton, Wyoming. Tanner Thomas, you're on a 2-minute clock. You better get moving. The boss says get moving. Tanner Thomas, you better run.
And he is. I just saw him. I think we put a little fear in his heart there.
All right, Dylan Hart was up and over with a 52.04, a new leader. Now we got Tanner Thomas out of Afton, Wyoming, followed by Daxton Zollinger and Sane Bullock.
All right. I got mesmerized watching that, and I missed giving you Les Keller's time. He came in with a 5.793 on the hill right now. Cole Thomas getting ready to go up and over. Racer number 401 out of Afton, Wyoming. Town we're all kind of fond of. In fact, so much so that we're headed there next weekend.
Couple brothers on the hill, and Tanner, he was nipping on the heels last year of Cole pretty much every race. When Cole would make a mistake, Tanner was there to take the win. He's chasing him up the hill now. We'll see what happens next year, huh?
Yeah, buddy. And second fastest in qualifying for Cole Thomas right now with 5.570. Well, that Star Valley blood showing up here. First and second out of the great Star Valley. Racer number 134, Zach Wormers, Bozeman, Montana, on the hill, riding players, followed by Trayson Lutz. We're going to go right into ProMaster Stock with Tim Mackey, Craig Gates, and Todd Tupper. ProMasters, get to the cool pit. ProMasters, get to the cool pit.
Tanner Thomas up and over with a 52.92, moving him in the number 3 spot right now. He's on the hill now is Daxton. Daxton. Hey, Daxton. Zollinger, followed by Shane Bullock and Butch. Yeah, Anktil.
Yep, we worked on that one last week too, Anktil. And I said, I know I screwed that up. And he goes, no, you actually nailed it. And I said, well, there's a first time for everything.
You know, it's good to see all these new racers here. I'm just going to have to learn their names.
Growing and growing. Unfortunately, a lot of our Canadian friends not able to get across the border and come down and race with us, but we're kind of getting a lot of new red, white, and blue joining up. That's pretty cool. And Zach Wormers comes in with 58.92, 58.92 for Zach Wormers. And Trayson Lutz going to wrap things up in 700 Pro Stock qualifying. Racer number 126 out of Garden City, Utah, riding Polaris.
All right, Daxton Zollinger up and over with a 54.75, 54.75. Now on the hill is Shane Bullock, followed by Butch Ansel, we're going to get this, and Stetson Banta.
We'll get it. We'll get it. Early in my announcing career, I was always told, in fact, by Glenn Gillis, just say it fast, and nobody will ever know. They know who they are.
How about some more nicknames?
I like it. You just try to keep it PG is all we try to do. And if you're going to go PG-13, just shoot over the heads of the 13-year-olds. That's all we're doing.
You know what my last name is?
Yeah, I do, and that's why I just put that disclaimer in.
All right.
Brandon wanted to make sure I didn't forget who he was and tagged up my trailer last year with a bunch of 62 stickers. Tim Mackey, get to the starting line. Tim Mackey, Pro Master Stock, you're up. We're moving fast. Be paying attention, and your entire class should be moving into the cool pit over there beyond Jeff's trailer. Get to the cool pit. All Pro Master stock. Tim Mackey, you're up. Our Minnesotan brother. Hopefully he made it.
All right, Shane Bullock up and over with a 102.25. 102.25. Butch Anktil headed up the hill now, number 64. That's pretty close to the best number. It's not quite 62, but it's 64.
You know,
it's close.
2 off.
All right, followed by Stetson Banta and Kyle Kuhn.
It's without the rack. That's the way to. All right. Well, see what just happened right there, Brandon? I didn't even mean to do it that way. I was thinking like antlers. Anyway. All right. So Trayson Lutz came in with a minute 08, 1:00:08, moving right into ProMaster stock. And I believe it's racer number 132 on the hill right now. Tim Mackey, Hermantown, Minnesota, riding an Arctic. That boy put in some miles. He'll be followed by Craig Gates and Todd Tupper.
All right, Butch is up and over with a 1:05.83. 1:05.83. Now we got Stetson Banta on the hill out of Idaho Falls, Idaho. Oh, Brett's here. Followed by Brixton Sessions, a hometown boy out of Afton, Wyoming. Brett, you're wanted in here by a woman.
All right. So we're going to get a high mark for Tim Mackey. I'll get that for you here in just a sec. Off and running right now, racer number 321, Craig Gates, Rock Springs, Wyoming. Riding Polaris will be followed by Todd Tupper and Dolan Phelps.
All right, Stetson Banta goes up and over with a 1:00.92. 1:00.92. Now we're going to move on to Kyle Kuhn and Brixton Sessions and Landon Kula.
All right. Craig Gates comes in with 106.30, 1:06.30. Todd Tupper, let's see if he finds a new line up there. Racer number 30, Todd Tupper. Ammon, Idaho, riding Articat. He's going to be followed by Dolan Phelps and Rick Haglin.
All right, Kyle Kula is up and over with a 1:03.21. 1:03.21. Now on the hill is hometown boy Brixton Sessions from Afton, Wyoming, followed by Landon Kula and Brody Sermon. I'm getting a lot of grief in here for not being a hometown boy, but once he crossed that finish line, he's going to move into Wyoming.
Into the
Hometown.
Cowboy State right there. As spread out as we get, it's more of a home stater anyway. Todd Tupper with 58.96 moving into fastest qualifier for ProMaster Stock. Up next, racer number 169, Dolan Phelps, Fishhaven, Idaho, riding Polaris, followed by Rick Hagelin and the Shermanator.
Brixton Sessions putting on a good run. 57.02. 57.02. Yes, Coach?
All right, if we got a couple of lost hill helpers, so if you showed up to do hill help work, swing over by the concession stand. Let them know that's who you are. They'll get a message to me. I'll let Babe know, and Tyson, and I'll let a lot of people know that you're here because we love you, hill help, and we want you to be able to go to work. So if you're here for hill help or want to be hill help, we'll take volunteers. We'd love to have you here. Jeff Rogers, could you step in to the announcer trailer for 1 second? Jeff Rogers, please.
There we go. Landon Kula up and over with a 5.426. 5.426. Moving on to Brody Sermon and Bo Richin and Riley Kincaid.
10623 for Dolan Phelps. 10623 for Dolan on the hill right now. Racer number 144, Rick Hagelin, Laramie, Wyoming, riding Skidoo, followed by the Shermanator and Trent Handsaker.
All right, here we go with number 681, Brody Sermon, followed by Bo Richin and Riley Kincaid.
All right, so there's on the running orders, if you printed them prior to yesterday morning, they are different. If you printed them off the website, so you're going to want to get your new ones. And yeah, so if you did it before yesterday morning, they are different because there's a couple changes that got made yesterday. So that might be what's leading to the confusion. Rick Hagelin, 116.84, 116.84 for Rick. Up next, racer number 40, the Shermanator. Sherman Nelson, Rock Springs, Wyoming, riding Skidoo. He's going to be followed by Trent Handsaker and Jim Marshall.
All right, Bodie Sermon up and over with a 5.862. 5.862. We're moving on to Bo Richins and followed by Riley Kincaid. All right, Bo Richens up and over with a 5.699. 5.699. We're going to move on to my man, Riley Kincaid out of Victor, Idaho. Followed by Dan Musso and Cameron Conger.
And the Shermanator up and over with 114.77, 114.77 for the Shermanator. Up next, race number 235, Trent Hansaker, Camas, Utah, riding Skidoo. He's going to be followed by Jim Marshall and Brett Hillam.
Old Riley Kincaid, he's putting on a run right here, trying to show these guys how to do it. And there it is, your new leader, 5030, 5030, Riley Kincaid. We'll move on to Dan Massou and Cameron Conger.
We'll try to do a blowout and get rid of them. And Trent Hansaker now moves into the lead by a couple tenths of a second with 58.56, 58.56. Your new fastest qualifier in ProMaster stock. And we are off and running with racer number 47, Jim Marshall, Bloomington, Idaho. Riding Polaris. He'll be followed by Brent Illam and Farron Gilbert.
All right, it looked like Dan Massou had a really good get off up there. It looked like he was riding a water snake when he went into that willow bush. It put him right on his lid.
Ladies and gentlemen, Brandon Tittenser. We're moving really good, but pretty soon we're going to explain to the good folks at home why you're in here and not out there.
The reason I say it looked like he was riding a water snake, you start to watch some skidoos with that team motion in the stock class, they start getting out of control, and pretty soon it's like riding a water snake.
Oh, man, this is what we need, a true racer's perspective for you. Jim Marshall up and over with 110.08, 110.08 for Jim Marshall. And racer number 33, Brett Hillam, Plain City, Utah, riding Polaris. He'll be followed by Fearless Farron Gilbert and Brad Sharp.
All right, it looks like we got Dan off the hill. We're going to move on to Cameron Conger, followed by James Marshall and Jackson Rogers.
Brett Hillam up and over with 107.32, 107.32, and my hero is on the starting line. The one and only racer number 115, Fearless Farron Gilbert. Cascade, Idaho, riding Skidoo. I want to be like him when I grow up.
All right, Cameron Conger up and over with a 5.412. 5.412 for Cameron Conger. We're going to move on to James Marshall, Tremont and Utah, on a Polaris, followed by Jackson Rogers and Rhett Howard.
Woo, Fair and Gilbert 106.75, 106.75 for Fearless Fair and Gilbert. Up next, racer number 206, Brad Sharp, Moxie Washington, making the change to Skidoo this year. He's going to be followed by TJ Shippey and Tony Zollinger.
James Marshall up and over with a 5.964. 5.964 for James Marshall. We're going to move on to Jackson Rogers. I actually have a sticker on my snowmobile that has Jackson Rogers on it. And then be followed by Rhett Harward.
Brad Sharp getting her done with 58.53, 5.853 for Brad Sharp. Is that? Yes, it is by 0.02 of a second, 0.03, I think. He is your new fastest qualifier right there. Way to go, Brad. Up next, racer number 41, TJ Shippey. He comes from the other Star Valley down there by Death, Nevada, riding a cat. Joining up this year, he's going to be followed by Tony Zollinger. Tony Zollinger going to wrap up ProMaster qualifying. 900 stock to the Cool Pit. 900 stock to the Cool Pit. Jaden Cook, Tony Ryan, and Max McGinnis, and a 7.2 high mark for TJ Shippey. There is a hold on the line.
All right, Jackson Rogers putting on a good run, going up and over with a 5.221. 5.221 for Jackson Rogers. The last one in this class will be Rhett Harward. And then we got to move into amateur stock. Amateur stock.
Ooh, sounds like we're going to need a tow up top. I'm not sure which sled. All right, if somebody could go up top and tow TJ Shippey, broke the track. TJ Shippey going to need a tow down. So if we could get some help.
All right, Rhett Howard's up and over with a 5.778. 5.778 to finish up that class in the semi-pro stock. We're going to move on to amateur stock. Amateur stock, Lucas Conger, Rhett Johnson, Jet Johnson, and Chance Jones.
Once again, Jeff Rogers, if you could find your way in here to say hello, that'd be great. It's for your benefit. You're not in trouble for once.
All right, Lucas Conger, first one up and over in this amateur stock class, 5881. 5881 for Lucas Conger. We're going to move on to Jet Johnson, Chance Jones, and Colton Knox.
And we've got one more to go. Tony Zollinger looking on the starting line while we get TJ Toad off the hill. And just so you know, in the 900 stock, there's going to be a slight change in the running order, and it will be at the number 10 spot. Keith Jackson will move up and run between Cameron Lindsay and Luke Rainey.
All right, Jet Johnson up and over with a 5.549. 5.549. It's a heck of a good run. Moving on to Chance Jones, Colton Knox, and Jason Tisdall.
Tony Zollinger off and running now. Got the course clear. He's going to wrap up Pro Master Stock.
Well, Chance Jones, he's a local boy from Afton. He's a bull rider.
There seems to be a lot of crossover in the sport of snowmobile hill climbing and rodeo. When these guys get on like Spanky and all that, I have to announce it in my rodeo announcer style. Sometimes I give them a score, not a high mark. Score the sled, score the rider. Jaden Cook to the starting line. Jaden Cook, once again, folks, we're moving fast, and that is good. But remember, if your class is up, you need to be in the cool pit area over beyond Jeff's trailer. Then you get invited into the hot pit, so be ready.
Oh, looks like Chance Jones running into a little problem up there, getting bucked off at 12.3. 12.3 for Chance Jones. When we get the hill clear, we'll move on to Colton Knox, Jason Trisdale, and, oh, my little buddy, Caden Rainey.
102.56 for Tony Zollinger. 102.56 for Tony. Rolling on now with 900 stock qualifying. We're going to go with racer number 78, Jaden Cook, Ogden, Utah. Riding Polaris, followed by Tony Ryan and Max McGinnis. All right, real quick, everybody watching on the live stream, thank you for watching. Make sure you share it around, whether you're watching on the RMSHA Facebook page or rmxsports.tv. I'm not watching the live feed. So for several reasons. One, we don't want to use up any more bandwidth. Two, that's multitasking, and I have a Y chromosome, so I can't do it. But be ready, because I'm going to ask some questions, and I want direct messages to a different Facebook page about the history of RMSHA. It's not trivia, so if you lied to me, I won't know you're right, but you don't win anything, so don't lie. Jaden Cook, yeah, 10024, 10024 for Jaden Cook. Up next, Tony Ryan. Got a little fishtail on my trailer. Tony Ryan and Max McGinnis. Then Brock Sharp coming up in 900 stock qualifying.
All right, Colton Knox up and over with a 5.758. 5.758. Now we're going to move on to Jason Tristel and then Caden Rainey. You know, looking through these times right here in the amateur stock, most of these times would run right there with the semi-pros. Matter of fact, 2 of these already would have probably qualified in the semi-pro class.
Tony Ryan come in with a 56-57, 56-57 for Tony Ryan. On the hill right now, racer number 336, Mad Max McGinnis, Big Piney, Wyoming, riding Skidoo. He'll be followed by Brock Sharp and Spanky.
All right. Jason Trisdall's up and over with a 103.00. 103.00. Now we're going to move on to my man, Caden Rainey, out of Thane, Wyoming. Keep an eye out for Caden Rainey right here. He is on a 600. He's on a 600 racing against the 850s. Caden and his dad been practicing at night. Caden's got basketball during the day, and then he goes and he practices in the dark. If we'd turn the lights off out here, he'd probably win this class.
Might be able to run it blindfolded. $101.99 for Mad Max. 101.969. Sorry about that. 69. That's why I write with a pencil. On the air right now, race number 706, Brock Sharp, Moxie, Washington, also making the switch to Skidoo this year. He'll be followed by Spanky and Kyle Heap.
And there it is on a 600, Caden Rainey, 5403, 5403. That'll move him into the lead of this class. Okay, we're followed by Evan Dagnault and Braden Dickey, another hometown boy, and Jarek Harris.
It's Brock Sharp with 5.959, 5.959 on the hill. Speaking of Bronc Riders, racer number 230, Blaine Matthews, Pinedale, Wyoming, riding Skidoo, followed by Kyle Heap, and then Cameron Lindsay. And we're going to change it up and move Keith Jackson up in that spot behind Cameron, from what I understand, but I'm just the announcer. I'm not even the announcer anymore. I'm an announcer.
Still the.
Yeah, this is probably about the only thing I could beat you in, and by the end of the day, that might not be the case anymore. You warmed up to this real fast.
You know, I've always had a problem reading.
Oh,
So when I see these names right here, I think, oh, no.
Oh, dear. Spanky lighting the hill on fire with 51.21, 51.21, moving way out in front. Up next, race number 217, Kyle Heap, Evanston, Wyoming, riding Polaris. He'll be followed by Cameron Lindsay and Keith Jackson.
All right, Evan Dagnault up and over with a 108.78, 108.78. Now we're going to move on to, and when I say hometown boy, it's my hometown, Braden Dickey, Thane, Wyoming, followed by Jarek Harris and Connor Ellison.
Ooh, Kyle Heap, 5408, 5408 for Kyle Heap. Now we're going to go with racer number 185, Cameron Lindsay, Wellsville, Utah. Riding Articat. He'll be followed by Keith Jackson and Luke Rainey.
Braden Dickey up and over with a 101.05. 101.05 for Braden Dickey. We're going to move on to Jarek Harris and Connor Eliason and Colton Ehrman.
I got that wrong for his full first season, and he wouldn't come in and tell me till finally. I think it was Keith Bailey says, he won't get mad. Go tell him how to say your name. Then after I calmed down, I started saying it right. Woo, 55-79, for Cameron Lindsay. Going to roll now with racer number 1, Keith Jackson, Thane, Wyoming, riding Polaris. He'll be followed by Luke Rainey and Andy Thomas.
All right, Jarek's up and over with a 103.28. 103.28. Now we're going to move on to Connor. Then we're going to move on to Colton Ehrman and Raiden Frenchie Lutz.
Heads up down below. We got an unmanned sled coming down in the red lane, and oh, bummer. Somebody's got to go fix that gate. 9.9 going to be the high mark for Keith Dagnabbit. 9.9 going to be the high mark, and he's got to walk all the way back down and probably have to fix the gate in the process. All right, thanks for fixing that gate, Keith. Sorry about the high mark. That'll happen though. You know, as well as anybody. When we get everything put back together, it's going to be racer number 303, the one and only Luke Rainey, riding Polaris. He'll be followed by Andy Thomas and Logan Halford. More Star Valley representation going on here.
All right. Connor must have been mad at me. He's going to hurry you to the top and run back down here and get after me for not pronouncing his last name right. But Connor Eliason is up and over with a 55-60. 55-60. Now we're going to move on to Colton Ehrman, Raiden Frenchie Lutz, and then Wyatt Choate. Hey, Luke, I got $5. Says Caden beat your time. $5.
You're on, he says.
All right, Colton Ehrman up and over with a 5709. 5709. Now we're moving on to Frenchie Raiden Lutz. And then on to Wyatt Choate and Mason Irwin.
In the red lane, 900 stock qualifying. We got Luke Rainey, and we got a bet going on right now between him and Brandon that Luke can't beat Caden's time. We're going to find out right here. It's 54:03 the time to beat, I think. Yeah, 54:03. Luke's already put one down faster than that today on this hill.
Oh, boy, he's looking good up there, too. He caught a lot of air there, but I'm used to getting beat by Luke. Hi, Andy Thomas. Man, you look good. Pretty boy, Andy Thomas.
There it is, 52:57, 52:57 for Luke Rainey. He did it on 2 counts. Fastest qualifier now, and second fastest qualifier, and owes you $5. Or you owe him $5.
Kirsty will pay him.
Yeah. And just like you were saying, racer number 104, Andy Thomas on the hill right now, riding Polaris. What else? He'll be followed by Logan Halford and Zach Matson.
Uh-oh, Frenchie's up there at 12.7. 12.7. Raiden Lutz. Once we get him off the hill, we'll move on to Wyatt Choate and Mason Irwin.
Man, there's a cloud right there. About halfway up the hill. That's kind of cool. Where else do you get that kind of visual? $55.55 for Andy Thomas. 5.555. That'll have him sitting kind of pretty right now as we go with racer number 625. Logan Halford, Idaho Falls, Idaho, riding Arctic Cat. He'll be followed by Zach Isback Matson and Tim Mackey.
Hey, Luke, Kirsty will pay you, but I'm still going to bet you the rest of the day, so you just hold up. You're going to owe me.
Double or nothing next time.
All right, my hill must be clear, huh?
You're good. Yeah, you're good. 59.97. I got behind there. We're just having a nice little conversation in here. 59.97 for Logan Halford. Zach is back. Matson, racer number 707 out of Casper, Wyoming, riding Polaris, representing Butcher Racing on the hill. He'll be followed by Tim Mackey and Ben Marquis. Did he steal your sled?
I see that he run into a little trouble up there. But
so you're not going to claim it?
That's my snowmobile that Zach's rolling down the hill there. Zach, you better hold on to that with all that muscle you got there.
And both knees. Well, it looks like we got a second. Brandon, let's talk about why you're in here and not out there. So the thing I've noticed about the quarantine is it created a lot of injuries. A little too much boredom. What's your excuse?
I haven't been to Mesquite, Nevada in about 13 years. I decided to go down there to visit my family and decided to go on a little motorcycle ride, cross-rutted, and pop my ACL, my meniscus, and part of my PCL. So it put me out for the season. Had everything ready to go pretty much and was ready to rock and roll, and it's all shut down in one instance.
Oh, man. So the whole season? But you're coming back.
Yeah, whole season's out this year. I will be back. I'm excited. Polaris is on board, and taking care of me and making sure that I'm going to be back on board next year, and I appreciate them and everything they're doing for me.
Well, we're dang glad you're hanging out with us. This is going to be a lot of fun, and you never know. You might wind up liking announcing more than racing.
I don't think so. I want to go out there and beat Luke so bad my teeth ache.
You've been wanting to do that for a lot of years, actually.
I'm actually the one that got Luke started in racing. And he comes and takes all my money.
All right, so after we did all the bragging on him, Zach Matson gets a high mark of 10.5, but he'll be back later. And it looks like Tim Mackey on the hill, he's having a little bit of trouble up there. Might be winding up with another high mark from our Minnesotan racer. He'll be followed by Ben Marquis and Brett Hillam.
All right, clear on blue. Here we go. Number 709, Wyatt Choate, Cora, Wyoming, on a Polaris, followed by Mason Irwin out of Rock Springs, Wyoming, and then Jaden Marshall, Bloomington, Idaho.
All right, Tim got stuck. I looked down. I don't know if he restarted or not. This could be a good time. You probably saw it at home. I did not. And those of you that are new and watching and just ran across this thing, part of the rules are if you have to restart your sled in the course, that is an automatic high mark right there. We'll see when the officials tell us if that time was good for Tim. And then we've got the Keith Curtis rule that I think you got to get her moving within 60 seconds, if I can't remember right.
I remember that very well. I think Keith took my money on that one, too.
Could have done on the face.
Yeah.
Yep. For sure. 125.94 until I hear otherwise. 125.94 for Tim Mackey. Up next, going to be racer number 6, Ben Marquis, Etna, Wyoming, riding Polaris. He'll be followed by Brett Hillam and Taylor Seamers.
Uh-oh, looks like Wyatt run into a little trouble up there. We'll let you know when the hill's clear.
Oh, no, there is some kind of a that cloud that's there is a dark cloud, even though it's white, because the last couple of racers having trouble. Ben Marquis, 10.4 going to be the high mark. There's getting to be a spot developing up there. Kind of hard to tell from this perspective if it's a shelf or a trench or what is causing the problem up there, but it ain't good.
Wyatt Choate, gate 13. Wyatt Choate, gate 13. Run into a little trouble up there where we can't see him. All right, we're off and running with Wyatt Choate. Oh, sorry. Mason Irwin. Mason Irwin from Rock Springs, Wyoming, followed by Jaden Marshall and Dylan Pugmire.
Off and running in the red lane, Pro 900 stock qualifying. It's racer number 33, Brett Hill in Plain City, Utah. Riding Polaris will be followed by Taylor Seamers and Keith Curtis. 102.62. 102.62 for Brett Hillam. Off and running, racer number 106, Taylor Seamers, Evanston, Wyoming, riding Polaris. He'll be followed by Keith Curter, Tanner Myers, Trace Pettengill. You will wrap up the class 1,000 stock. We're 4-way. 1,000 stock qualifying. We are 4-way. Start.
He'll help up there, try to get that racer off that red course. We got a little trouble up there in the blue lane with Mason Irwin. He's over in the red course. All right, looks like he got by him there.
Woo!
That could have been bad.
Yeah. In situations like that, again, for you watching at home, you kind of more or less have to declare, turn out, come down, let the officials know that that was interference. Oh, dear. Man, we've got blue lane action probably on camera right now. End over end. Mason Irwin having a bit of a rough morning. 5881. 5881 for Taylor Seamers.
Hey, watch out on the
Heads
hill.
up,
Here
heads
comes the
up.
sled.
Just let her go.
Oh, at least it missed the flag this time.
It might just load itself in this trailer. We don't have the door open.
When we get an all clear, it's going to be Jaden Marshall, Bloomington, Idaho. I remember when this kid was just a little tiny fella over here on the 120s, and then he moved on to like a little bigger 120, and now here he is racing.
Off and running right now. Racer number 711, the man, the myth, the legend, Keith Curtis. Dylan Montana riding Polaris. Time to beat, 51:21. I guarantee you Spanky's watching close. He's going to be followed by Tanner Myers, Trace Pettengill wrapping up the class. 1,000 stock, be ready. Andy Thomas, Blaine Matthews, and Logan Halford. Holy cow. Kind of cool to have you point out Keith taking that different line in 51:22. Spanky still in the lead by 1/100th of a second. Spanky takes it. That's got to feel good. As we go with another, what I'm calling a hometowner, racer number 2, Tanner Myers, Soda Springs, Idaho. This is as close to his hometown as we get. He's riding Polaris, and I think you're going to go chat with him a little bit for the good people watching at home. He'll be followed by Trace Pettengill, and then we're going to go with Andy Thomas, Blaine Matthews, and Logan Halford in 1,000 stock qualifying. Make your way to the cool pit.
You know, Tanner Myers was one of my favorite racers. You know, you watch him, he's kind of like Cash or Crash. That boy right there can hold the throttle. He knows the throttle's on the right, and I can see his brake light, and I didn't even know that he knew how to use that thing. You know, riding with him in the backcountry, the kid's a heck of a good backcountry rider, and he knows how to lay it down, and he is not scared to hit a big jump.
Seen him catch a lot of air over. Watching him come up through the semi-pros was awful cool, too, because when he would draw kind of deep and knew what he had to do, that's when he would pull it out and just blow everybody out of the water. Does not like microphones, though, so good luck with that. Tanner Myers, 55:09, blazing fast. 55:09 for Tanner Myers. You're going to have to be in the double digits if you want to qualify in this one. Racer number 151, Trace Pettengill, Rigby, Idaho, riding Polaris, wrapping up our 900 stock qualifying. 1,000 stock racers, be ready. Andy Thomas, Blaine Matthews, and Logan Halford.
All right, word was just in a 12.9 on Mason Irwin. 12.9. Looks like he's down here getting the old skidoo running and is going to get out of the way and ready for Jaden Marshall, Bloomington, Idaho, on a Polaris. Followed by Dylan Pugmire and Garrett Tom. All right, we're clear on the blue rein for Jaden Marshall.
Oh, Trace Pettengill. Looks like he's coming down the way you don't want to come down. He will probably take a high mark. We'll get that for you here directly, but we're going to get the lane cleared out and go with 1,000 stock qualifying. Starting off with racer number 104, Andy Thomas, Afton, Wyoming, riding Polaris, to be followed by Spanky and Logan Halford.
Looks like Jaden was having a little trouble up there, but he got it going. There it is, 104.93, 104.93 for Jaden Marshall. Then we'll move on to Dylan Pugmire, Montpelier, Idaho. He's a hometown boy, a true hometown boy. Followed by Garrett Tom and Harper Hunsaker. And then we'll move on to women's stock. Women's stock, get them in here and get them ready. Hey, Pretty Boy's back. He's ready to rock and roll.
I'm going to see how this teasing them works. If their times get better, then I'm going to start doing it. I've always been afraid of it. It's easy. Just blame it on the announcer.
You know, I never had a mic before, but I always teased them.
Blaine Matthews to the starting line. Spanky to the starting line. Logan Halford, you're up after that. Jaden Cook. Like I say, you're going to want to keep your heads up because we are moving fast. Blaine Matthews to the starting line, please.
All right, Dylan Pugmire up and over with a 108.64. 108.64. Now on the hill is Garrett Tom, Victor, Idaho, on a skidoo. Followed by Harper Hunsaker, and that will finish up our amateur stock, and we'll move into women's 600 stock. Taylor Peck, Taylor Myers, Tiffany McWilliams.
All right, Andy Thomas comes in with 55.19, 55.19 for Andy Thomas. And Blaine Matthews, racer number 230, on the hill right now from Pinedale, Wyoming, riding skidoo. He'll be followed by Logan Halford and Jaden Cook. 1,000 stock. All right, so quick first question, and I want you guys to find Sagebrush Soul on Facebook and direct message me the answers. You'll see why later. But what year did RMSHA officially start? I've been trying to figure that out. Anybody, please send me a direct message on Sagebrush Soul. and 49.74 fastest time of the day for Blaine Matthews right there.
All right, Garrett Tom up and over with a 5.940. 5.940. The last one out in this amateur stock class is Harper Hunsaker, Camas, Utah, on a Skidoo. Then we'll move into women's stock. We had a little change in women's stock. The first one up is going to be Deborah Long. Deborah Long will be first one out, followed by Taylor Peck and Taylor Myers.
Logan Halford, 5.952, 5.952 for Logan Halford. Up next, racer number 78, Jaden Cook, Ogden, Utah, riding Polaris, followed by Mason Rutledge and Mad Max.
All right, Harper Hunsaker up and over with a 5.571. 5.571. It's a good run for Harper. We're going to move into the women's, but we're going to work on the starting line here for just a second.
That's just something that they gave me at Jackson.
It says Shane Hart.
Jaden Cook with 53.82, 5.382. Those guys are going to melt all the snow off that mountain as fast as they're going. Racer number 522, Mason Rutledge on the hill right now. He's followed by Mad Max McGinnis and Tony Ryan. Mason Rutledge coming in with 52.65, 5.265 for Mason Rutledge.
All right, we're off and running in the blue lane. The first one out, Debbie Long. Debbie Long, Spirit Lake, Idaho, on a Skidoo. She will be followed by Taylor Peck, Taylor Myers, and then we'll move on to Tiffany McWilliams.
All righty, on the hill, Mad Max McGinnis. Hopefully be happy, Max McGinnis. And it is 58.63 for Max, 5.863 for Max McGinnis. Up next, racer number 636, Tony Ryan, Roy Utah, riding Skidoo, followed by Seth Wilson and Cameron Lindsay.
Here we go. Debbie Long up and over with a 116.48. 116.48. Now we're going to move back to the top of the list here with Taylor Peck.
Tony Ryan with 55-35. 55-35. 55-35 for Tony Ryan. Up next, racer number 89, Seth Wilson, pacing Utah, riding Polaris, be followed by Cameron Lindsay and Zach is back Matheson.
All right, Taylor Peck up and over with a 116.12. 116.12. Then we'll move on to Taylor Myers, Soda Springs, Idaho, followed by Tiffany McWilliams.
And Seth Wilson came in with 56-65, 56-65. Cameron Lindsay already on the hill right now. Racer number 185, riding Articat. He'll be followed by Zach Masson and Sam Peterson.
My mistake. Taylor Myers is going to be last. Tiffany McWilliams on the hill right now. Tiffany McWilliams from Dillon, Montana, riding an Articat, followed by Sammy McCackney. Oh, there's another one of them McCackneys. And then
Same
Brooke Long.
McCackney. Same McCackney. Rogers was so much easier to say. No, nothing against your new hubby, but man, he should have took your name.
Yeah, we're going back to Rogers. It's easier for me. I know you that way. See, I didn't even know it was the same Sammy.
All those helmets look alike.
All right, Tiffany McWilliams is up and over with a 109.75. 109.75. Now Sammy Rogers McCackney is on the hill from Francis, Utah, followed by Brooke Long, and then we'll move back to Taylor Myers.
All right, Cameron Lindsay came in with a 53.78. Man, it is close. 53.78 for Cameron Lindsay. Racer number 707, Zach is back. Matheson on the hill on Brandon Sled from Casper, Wyoming. Riding Polaris, of course, and Sam Peterson up after that. Brock Sharp, we're rocking and a rolling. All right, we're going to do a deal on merch in this trailer so I can put something else in that cupboard. Maybe, or somebody else will. We're going to do hoodies for $30. Hoodies for $30. T-shirts for $15. We've got a handful of sizes. I think we're out of some, but for the most part, I think we got every size. But your RMSHA hoodies, T-shirts, and with every purchase you get a sticker. But if you just want a sticker, they're $2 and $4. Come and get it. Sandy McGinnis is here at the door, and she will take care of those purchases for you. Let's blow them out.
All right, Sammy McCackney up and over with a 107.65. 107.65 moves her into the lead. Now on the hill is number 519, Brooke Long, Spirit Lake, Idaho, on a skidoo, followed by Taylor Myers, Soda Springs, Idaho.
And Zach Matson coming in with 102.86. 102.86 for Zach Matson. Sam Peterson on the hill. Let's see what he can do. Time to beat to be fastest in qualifying is 49.47. And I'm not even going to try to do the math to figure out where you got to be to get in qualifying right now, because they are just deep, deep in that 50 range.
Brooke Long up and over with a 120.34. 120.34.
And Sam, holy crap, 5187. That was real professional of me to say that. 5187. Holy smokes for Sam Peterson. Brock Sharp headed up the hill right now. Toby Shepard and Luke Rainey after that.
All right, our last girl out in the 600 stock class, Taylor Myers, Soda Springs, Idaho. And then we're going to move on to the juniors, 14 to 18. Juniors, 14 to 18. Braden Dickey, Garrett Tom, and my man, Caden Rainey.
Brad Sharp coming in with 56.66. Brock, sorry, 56.66 for Brock Sharp. Up next, race number 22, Toby Shepard, Victor, Idaho, riding skidoo. He'll be followed by Luke Rainey and Taylor Seamers.
All right, Taylor Myers, Soda Springs, Idaho, on a Polaris takes the lead with a 104.54. 104.54. Now we're going to move on to the juniors, 14 to 18. Braden Dickey, Garrett Tom, and Caden Rainey. You know, Braden Dickey, he's one of my good friends from Afton. His real name is Holden.
You do the math. 53.65.360. For Toby Shepard. Up next, we got racer number 303, Luke Rainey, Thane, Wyoming, riding Polaris, followed by Taylor Seamers and Kyle Heapin. We have to talk really fast because they're getting fast.
All right, Braden Holden Dickey up and over with a 101.81. 101.81. Now we'll move on to Garrett Tom, Victor, Idaho, followed by my man, Caden Rainey from Thane, Wyoming, and then Harper Hunsaker. Uh-oh, a little trouble up there at 9.5 for Garrett Tom. 9.5.
But Luke Rainey blazing up there at 52.57, 52.57. Up next, racer number 106, Taylor Seamers, Evanston, Wyoming, riding Polaris, followed by Keith Curtis and Greg Dana. You knew what I meant. Kobe man. Kobe Crapo, if you're within the sound of my voice, please swing by the trailer. Kobe Crapo, come over if you got time.
Perfect. I didn't know because you were like, yeah, I'll put him in here.
All right, here we go with my man, Caden Rainey, Thane, Wyoming, on a Polaris, followed by Harper Hunsaker and Dylan Pugmire.
Taylor Seamers came in with a 58.81. Man, 58.81 for Taylor. Racer number 217, Kyle Heap on the hill. Evanston, Wyoming, riding Polaris. He'll be followed by Keith Curtis and Greg Dana. Time to beat. For top qualifying is still 4.974. I think it's going to be Spanky's weekend. Cal Heap coming in with 54.08. Good thing Brandon's here to keep me in line. 54.08 for Cal Heap. Up next, racer number 711, Keith Curtis, Dylan Montana, riding Polaris, followed by Greg Dana and Ben Marquis.
There he did. Took the win in the last class. He's moving up into the lead in this class. Caden Rainey, 55.20. 55.20. Caden Rainey. We're going to move on to Harper Hunsaker, Camas, Utah, on a Skidoo, followed by Dylan Pugmire and Jarek Harris.
Keith Curtis, 51.22, 51.22 for Keith Curtis. Up next, racer number 789, Greg Dana, Thane, Wyoming, riding Skidoo, followed by Ben Marquis and Trace Pettengill. The train robber is going to wrap up 1,000 stock.
There it is, Harper Hunsaker with a 5.586. 5.586. Now we'll move on to Dylan Pugmire, followed by Jarek Harris and Chance Jones.
All right, Greg Dana, Thane, Wyoming, on the hill. Greg Dana comes in with 52.99, 52.99 for Greg Dana. Up next, racer number 6, Ben Marquis, Etna, Wyoming, riding Polaris, followed by Trace Pettengill and Jay Menaberry.
All right, Dylan Pugmire up and over with a 1.0081. 1.0081, followed by Jarek Harris, Chance Jones, and Colton Knox. Jarek Harris from Roberts, Idaho. You too, Riley Sprunger. Love you, buddy.
How can you not, really?
You know, he's got that hair
That's what it
that
is.
us Wyoming
That's
folks
what
are
it
used
is.
to.
Yeah.
You start seeing that curly, and you're like, man, I like that guy
There
already.
you go. Little woolly on top.
All right, Jarek Harris up and over with a 5.872. 5.872 for Jarek Harris. On the hill now is Chance Jones, Smoot, Wyoming on a skidoo, followed by Colton Knox and Jaden Marshall.
And Trace Pettengill climbing the hill right now. He'll be followed by Jay Menaberry. That'll take care of it. Looks like we had a high mark for Ben. I will ask around and find out what that one was.
All right, Chance Jones up and over with a 109.61. 109.61. We're moving on to Colton Knox, Grand Lake, Colorado on a skidoo, followed by Jaden Marshall and Mason Irwin.
All right, Trace Pettengill going to have to take a high mark. They know they got to either lay it all out there to get in or not even bother running with these kind of times. So Trace Pettengill also taking a high mark, 7.5. And Jay Menaberry, as soon as we get everything cleaned out, the train robber is going to see what he can do. Again, time to beat 4.974, your fastest qualifier. And I don't know where the basement is on qualifying. All right. We're going to post the actual running order, the correct running order. We're going to be posting that over somewhere. In about 5 minutes, I'll tell you where to go. All right, Jay Menaberry up and over with 5.274, 5.274 for Jay Menaberry. And that is going to wrap up 1,000 stock. Moving into 600 improved right now, starting with Keith Jackson, Clint Covert, and Riley Sprunger.
All right, Colton Knox up and over with a 5.704. 5.704 for Colton Knox. Now we're moving on to Jaden Marshall. Bloomington, Idaho on a Polaris, followed by Mason Irwin and Raiden Lutz. All right, Jaden Marshall running into a little trouble up there in the blue lane. He's got his sled on its side. Mark on him is 8.9. 8.9 for Jaden Marshall.
Five nine 59:43. Oh. Took out gate 14. That time is no good for Keith Jackson. High mark of 14. That just called down as we get ready to go with racer number 5-4. Clint Covert at Idaho Falls. Idaho riding Articat. He'll be followed by Riley Sprunger and Dolan Phelps. Where are we going to post that at? Okay, so the correct running order will be on the timing trailer. The correct running order will be posted on the timing trailer, so you can come get a photo of it. They're doing it as we speak.
All right, we're clear on blue. Mason Irwin. Mason Irwin is a scratch. Mason Irwin is a scratch. We will move on to Raiden Lutz. Raiden Lutz, you're up, mister. Here we go. Number 125, Raiden Lutz out of Garden City, Utah, on a Polaris, followed by Lucas Conger and Connor Eliason.
Clint Covert comes in with 100-731-0073. Up next, racer number 515, Riley Sprunger, Butte, Montana, riding Polaris, followed by Dolan Phelps and Cody Bonney.
All right, Mr. Lutz, Raiden Lutz run into a little trouble up there at 9.9. 9.9. We're going to move on to Lucas Conger, Grand Lake, Colorado, on a Skidoo, followed by Connor Ellison and Jet Johnson. It looks like Raiden Lutz packed the gate down the hill with him, so he's got to hike it back up. It's a good thing he's young and strong because he'll hike her back up there and put her back in place.
And that'll help him not hit it next time. Riley Sprunger comes in with 107.86, 107.86 for Riley Sprunger.
Holy moly, there were some burritos just brought into us. I don't need it because I'm going to be a little rounder for next season. But if you guys want a burrito and you're hungry, run over there and get one. Help them out over there.
All right, Dolan Phelps on the hill. Riley Springer came in with that 107.86. Cody Bonney, Dolan, good heavens, Dolly Phelps. I kind of like the ring of that. Dolan Phelps on the hill right now. He's going to be followed by Cody Bonney and Tanner Myers, and I get paid to talk for a living.
Oh, the sound of those sleds right there. It's killing me.
Yeah, I'll tell you, because Cody had to sit last year out, Brandon. That was the year to sit out if you were going to sit one out, not this one.
Yeah, but Bonnie, he's had to sit 2 in a row out, that poor kid. He's been broken every year.
Well, we're going to change it for him this year. 2021 is his year. Ooh, good run there for Cody Bonney, 5.923, 5.923. Just a reminder, we are qualifying 600 improved in the pro lane. And Cody Bonney, whoops, I didn't get you Dolan's time. So Cody Bonney, 5.923, Tanner Myers on the hill right now. And we are excited. Getting a little western up there for Tanner Myers, racer number 2 out of Soda Springs, Idaho, on a Polaris, followed by Danny Johnson and Garth Kaufman.
All right. Looks like we got the hill clear, and we're going to move on with Lucas Conger from Grand Lake, Colorado on a Skidoo, followed by Connor Ellison. And Jet Johnson will finish up juniors 14 to 18. And we'll move on to juniors 12 to 13. Juniors 12 to 13, get them in the pits.
All right, 55-53, 5553 for Tanner Myers. Headed up the hill right now. Racer number 107, Danny Johnson, Camas, Utah, riding Skidoo, followed by Garth Kaufman and Tavern Rupp. All right, getting you caught up with Dolan Phelps. He was 10010. 10010 for Dolan Phelps.
All right, we got a new leader. Lucas Conger with a 5.496. 5.496. We'll go to Connor Ellison from Roni, Utah, Anna Polaris, followed by Jet Johnson. He will finish up the class. We'll move on to juniors, ages 12 to 13. Connor Ellison up and over with a 1-0-0-1-1. 1-0-0-1-1 for Connor Ellison. We'll move into our last rider, Jet Johnson, Camas, Utah, on a skidoo.
And it looks like Danny Johnson going to take a high mark. We'll get that for you here in just a sec as we get ready to go with racer number 48, Garth Kaufman, out to Wyoming. Riding Articat, he'll be followed by Tavern Rupp and Calvin Ehrman.
All right. Jet Johnson up and over with a 1-0-0-5-8. 1-0-0-5-8 for Jet Johnson. That'll finish up our ages 14 to 18 junior class. We'll move into our ages 12 to 13 juniors class with Aaron Tapio, Tregan Phelps, Jarrett Johnson, Brody Zollinger, and Tucker Shippey.
So the high mark for Danny Johnson was 10.8. 10.8 was that high mark for Danny Johnson. Garth Kaufman up and over with 54.69. 54.69 for Garth Kaufman. Up next, going to be racer number 192, Tavern Rupp, Tremont, Utah, riding Polaris, followed by Calvin Ehrman and Brock Sharp.
All right, Aaron Tapio, 12-year-old, up and over with a 105.75. 105.75 from Aaron Tapio out of Battleground, Washington. Move on to number 168, Tregan Phelps, Fish Haven, Idaho, on a Polaris, followed by Jarrett Johnson and Brody Zollinger.
Tavern Rupp, 5'9", 4'5", 5'9", 4'5" for Tavern Rupp. Off and running racer number 524C, Calvin Ehrman, Salmon Arm, British Columbia, riding Articat. He'll be followed by Brock Sharp and Russ Tapio.
All right, Tregan Phelps up and over with a 108.92. 108.92. We're going to go with Jarrett Johnson, Camas, Utah, on a skidoo, followed by Brody Zollinger and Tucker Shippey will finish up the class.
Calvin Ehrman came in with a 56.97, 56.97 for Calvin Ehrman. Up next, racer number 706, Brock Sharp, Moxie Washington riding Skidoo. He'll be followed by Russ Tapio and Zach Wormers. Woo, 56-13 for Brock, 5613 for Brock Sharp. Up next, racer number 322, Russ Tapio, Battleground Washington riding Arctic Cat, followed by Zach Wormers and Les Keller.
All right, Jarrett Johnson up and over with a 122.35. 122.35. We're going to move on to Brody Zollinger, Logan, Utah, on an Arctic Cat, followed by Tucker Shippey, and then we'll move on to Pro Senior Improved Stock.
Oh, those burritos are good. You got to get over to Big Dogs before they switch over to lunch, and then you got to have lunch over there, too. I'll tell you what, even if you're not hungry right now, you need to go buy a whole bunch of them, throw them in the freezer of your trailer, and take them home with you because they are something else. Make sure and get over there and make it worth their time to be here for us, supporting RMSHA. Russ Tapio came in with a 55-36, 55-36 for Russ Tapio. Zach Wormers on the hill, racer number 134 out of Bozeman, Montana. Riding Polaris will be followed by Les Keller and Colt Thomas.
Brody Zollinger up and over with a 117.47. 117.47. All right, we got number 238, Tucker Shippey, out of somewhere. Deeth, Nevada. And then we're going to move on to Pro Senior Improved Stock, Scott Long, Sean Choate, and Jim Marshall. Uh-oh, we got a little problem up there at 6.4 for Tucker Shippey. I just squeaked. That was awesome.
It'll happen.
Dang burritos. Scott Long, Sean Choate, and Jim Marshall. You're up.
Zach Wormers came in with a 56-51, 56-51. Racer number 147, Les Keller, riding Polaris. He comes from Kalispell, Montana. Got some titles to his name. Yeah. Thank you.
You know, Les Keller's one of them secret weapons.
Yeah. Kind of stealthy.
You know, he'll come to Jackson Hole and just steal it from everyone.
Little burglar. All right, don't forget we got that merch in the trailer here. We've got the hoodies. Took $5 off theirs. Those are $30. T-shirts $15. You get a sticker with every purchase, or if you want to buy a sticker, they're just $2 and $5. And there's the old Captain America sled right there. Les Keller coming in with 55-54. 5-5-5-4 for Les Keller on the hill right now. Racer number 401, Cole Thomas after Wyoming, riding Polaris, followed by Seth Wilson and Sam Peterson.
Seth, I guarantee you got fastest time through the pit on that one. You are pumped. I'm excited for you.
I am speed. My favorite movie. Cole Thomas comes in with 55-23, 5-5-2-3. There's a lot of 5-5s in here. On the hill right now, racer number 89, Seth Wilson pacing Utah, riding Polaris, followed by Sam Peterson and Trayson Lutz. Keith Bailey wrapping up 600 improved. We are moving. 7 improved. You're about 4 away. Make your way to the cool pit.
All right, Scott Long from Spirit Lake, Idaho, up and over with a 103.09. 103.09. Now we're moving on to Sean Choate, number 710, out of Cora, Wyoming, on a Polaris, followed by Jim Marshall and Plum Bob Tom.
Seth Wilson came in with 59.80 on the hill right now. Racer number 98, Sam Peterson, Wisdom, Montana, riding Polaris, and he'll be followed by Trayson Lutz, Keith Bailey, wrapping up the class. 7 improved. Be ready. 7 improved. We're coming your way.
All right, number 710, Sean Choate, Cora, Wyoming, up and over with a 104.75. 104.75. We're going to move on to Jim Marshall out of Bloomington, Idaho, number 47. I believe Jim's one of the oldest racers here.
The
oldest racer here. You know, he's been around a long time. Great people, great family. Brings his kids into this sport. It's been fun. Then we're going to be followed by Bob Tom and Jeff Rogers.
And Sam Peterson in the 600 improved came in with 52, 55, 52, 55 on the hill right now. Racer number 126, Trayson Lutz, Garden City, Utah, riding Polaris. He'll be followed by Keith Bailey, 700 improved, Keith Jackson, Les Keller, Dolan Phelps. First 3 up.
All right, oldest man on the hill just takes the lead with a 5.873 for Jim Marshall. 5.873. Now we're going to move on to Bob Tom, Victor, Idaho, on a Skidoo. We'll get after Bob a little later. Then we're going to move on to Jeff Rogers and Rick Hagland.
Trayson Lutz coming in with 106.73, 106.73. Keith Bailey wrapping up 700 improved. Then we're going to go 700 improved with Keith Jackson, Les Keller, and Dolan Phelps.
All right, Bob Tom's up and over with a 107.43. 107.43. Now we're going to move on to Jeff Rogers, Camas, Utah, on a skidoo, followed by Rick Hagland, and then finishing up the class in the Pro Senior Improve will be Brad Sharp.
One 101.84 for Keith Bailey. That is going to finish up our 600 improved qualifying as we get ready to go with 7 improved with racer number 1, Keith Jackson, Thane, Wyoming. Riding Polaris, followed by Les Keller and Dolan Phelps. All right, this just in. This is good to have the inside track. We got Captain America here. He just told me this sled blew up last night, and overnight, Keith fixed it. Probably got some bags under his eyes, but hopefully he's got a twitch in his thumb.
All right, new leader in the Pro Senior Improved, Jeff Rogers, Camas, Utah, up and over with a 5.781. 5.781. Move on to Rick Hagland, Laramie, Wyoming, on a skidoo, followed by Brad Sharp. Oh, look at this guy on the starting line. He's one of my faves, Les Keller. And that sled right there is probably going to take the cake for the best-looking sled on the circuit right now, in my opinion.
All right, Keith Jackson came in with 59.50, and like you just heard, Les Keller headed up the hill. He'll be followed by Dolan Phelps and Russ Tapio.
All right, Rick Hagland up and over with a 105.30. 105.30 for Rick Hagland. Now we're going to move on to Brad Sharp, Moxie, Washington, making the switch over to Skidoo this year. Part of the Skidoo team, 206. Brad Sharp. He'll finish up the Pro Seniors Improved Stock, and we'll move into Women's Improved Stock. Women's Improved Stock. Get them in the pit.
54.94, 5.494 for Les Keller. On the hill right now, racer number 169, Dolan Phelps, Fish Haven, Idaho, riding Polaris. He'll be followed by Russ Tapio and Garth Kaufman. All right, I got another request for our viewers at home that are near your computer. Well, we better talk about Brad first, then I'll request. I can do it for you. 52.61 for Brad Sharp. That's a 5.261. He's blazing up there, getting along good with those skidoos. But really quick, if you Anybody that has pictures, and I want a direct message over on the Sagebrush Soul Facebook page, but pictures of the old Frankenstein mods, any years, but tell me what year, whose it was, all that kind of stuff. Send them over there, please. Thank you.
All right, moving into women's improved stock. We're going to run. Are they going to switch? Brooke Long, Spirit Lake, Idaho, on a skidoo. All right, she'll be followed by Deborah Long and Tiffany McWilliams. Oh, I run into a little trouble up there. Brooke Long going to get a mark at 8.2.
And Dolan Phelps came in with a 59.19, 59.19 for Dolan Phelps. Russ Tapio now just coming in with 57.39, 57.39. Up next, going to be racer number 48, already going. Garth Kaufman out to Wyoming, riding Articat. He'll be followed by Cody Bonney and Keith Bailey. And original Sledneck, Garth Kaufman comes in with 53.10, 53.10 for Garth Kaufman. Up next, racer number 854, Cody Bonney, Helena, Montana, riding Polaris. He'll be followed by Keith Bailey and Riley Sprunger. All right. Cody Bonney came in with a 54.89, 54.89 for Cody Bonney on the hill right now, racer number 517. Keith Bailey looking for snow from Moroni, Utah. Riding Polaris, he's followed by Riley Sprunger and Tavern Rupp. Keith Bailey, 101.39, 101.39. For Keith Bailey, up next, racer number 515, one of my faves, Riley Sprunger, Butte, Montana. Riding Polaris, followed by Tavern Rupp and Trayson Lutz. Riley Sprunger with 56.85. 56.85 for Riley Sprunger. Up next, racer number 192, Tavern Rupp, Tremont, Utah. Riding Polaris will be followed by Trayson Lutz and Cole Thomas. Tavern Rupp, 56.99 for Tavern Rupp. Up next, racer number 126, Trayson Lutz, already on the hill, Garden City, Utah, riding Polaris, followed by Cole Thomas and Kobe Crapo.
All right, looks like we got Brooke Long out of the moose food. So we're going to go with Deborah Long, Spirit Lake, Idaho, on a skidoo, followed by Tiffany McWilliams and Taylor Peck.
I'm going to write that down if that's okay. Out of the moose food. Writing it down right now. That's a good one. I can't wait to see what else you pull out over the next couple of days. Hopefully we're still on the internet after that.
There's no meese here, though.
No meese?
No. This is cattle farm.
There you go. Trayson Lutz came in with 53.73, 5.373. Headed up the hill right now, racer number 401, Cole Thomas, Afton, Wyoming, riding Polaris, followed by Kobe Crapo and Seth Wilson.
All right. Debbie Long up and over with a 1-1-2-40, 112.40. Off and running with Tiffany McWilliams from Dillon, Montana on an Articat, followed by Taylor Peck and Taylor Myers.
Cole Thomas came in with a 55.55, 5.5 for Cole Thomas, and on the hill right now, racer number 99, Kobe Crapo. St. Anthony, Idaho, riding Polaris, followed by Seth Wilson and Wild Will Burgess. I did it. Let me know how that works.
There he is, the man, the myth, the legend, number 89, Seth Wilson.
$54.74 for Kobe Crapo, 5.4. 7.4 for Kobe Crapo, Seth Wilson on the hill right now, followed by Wild Will Burgess and Clint Covert.
All right, Tiffany McWilliams up and over with a 105.78. 105.78. Next on the hill, we're going to have Taylor Peck. out of Rigby, Idaho, on a Polaris, followed by Taylor Myers, and finishing up the class will be Sammy Rogers McCackney.
$55.86 for Seth Wilson. Up next, racer number 541, Wild Will Burgess, Sublimity, Oregon, riding Skidoo, followed by Clint Covert and Tanner Myers. Sam Peterson wrapping up the class. Pro Master, 4 away. Pro Master improved. Make your way to the cool pit.
All right, Taylor Peck up and over with a 1:10.03. 1:10.03 for Taylor Peck. Now on the hill is Taylor Myers, Soda Springs, Idaho, on a Polaris, followed by Sammy McCackney Rogers from Francis, Utah.
All right, don't miss out on the blowout sale of the merchandise. We got hoodies for $30, T-shirts for $15, stickers for $2 and $4, slashing prices, and a free sticker with every purchase. $102.38, 102.38 for Wild Will Burgess. Up next, racer number 54, Clint Covert, Idaho Falls, Idaho, riding Articap, followed by Tanner Myers and Sam Peterson.
All right, Taylor Myers taking the lead with a 5.982. 5.982. We're going to move on to the last racer in the class. Is Sammy Rogers McCackney from Francis, Utah, on a Skidoo. And then we'll move into semi-pro improved stock. Semi-pro improved stock. Get them over there and get them in the pits. Kyle Kuhn, Dylan Boyce, Tyler Coles.
Clint Covert coming in with 57.61, 5.7.61 for Clint. Up next, racer number 2, Tanner Myers, Soda Springs, Idaho, riding Polaris. He's going to be followed by Sam Peterson, who will wrap up 700 improved Jim Marshall, Craig Gates, Tom Roby, now known as the Repo Man.
All right. Finishing up that class with Sammy, she come in with a 1.0051. 1.0051 for Sammy McCackney. We're going to move into semi-pro improved stock. Kyle Kuhn, Dylan Boyce, Tyler Coles.
Woo, 55.59 for Tanner Myers. 55.59 for Tanner. Up next, racer number 98, Sam Peterson, Wisdom, Montana. He will wrap up 700 improved. Then we'll go to Pro Master improved. Jim Marshall, Craig Gates, Tom Roby, first 3 out. You're invited to the Boondocker Hot Pit.
All right, Kyle Kuhn, Laramie, Wyoming, up and over with a 5.953. 5954. 5954. Moving on to Dylan Boyce, Rigby, Idaho, on a skidoo, number 729. Then we'll go on to Tyler Coles and Michael Murphy.
Sam Peterson with 53.39, 53.39. That is right close to the top, if not the top. Not quite. Yeah. That wraps up 700 improved qualifying, off and running now with racer number 47, Jim Marshall, Bloomington, Idaho, riding Polaris, followed by Craig Gates and Roby.
All right, new leader, Dylan Boyce, Rigby, Idaho, with a 5.296. 5.296. Moving on to one of his best buddies, Tyler Coles, out of Blackfoot, Idaho, on a Polaris. He'll be chasing them.
Jim Marshall taking his own line up there. It seems to be working out pretty good.
And he did it. 5.184. 5.184 for Tyler Coles. We're going to move on to Michael Murphy, Lehigh, Utah, on an Articat, number 421. Followed by Butch Ants. Was that one Anston? Actil. I don't know. And then Riley Kincaid.
And Jim Marshall came in with 105.50, 105.50. And he, on the hill right now, sorry, racer number 321, Craig Gates, Rock Springs, Wyoming, followed by Tom Roby and Kyle Tapio.
All right, Michael Murphy up and over with a 5.846. 5.846. Now on the hill is Butch Anktil, followed by Riley Kincaid and James Marshall.
And Craig Gates comes in with 103.55 on the hill right now, racer number 179, formerly known as the Bounty Hunter, now known as the Repo Man because of his tow job that he did last weekend. He is from Thane, Wyoming, and he is riding Skidoo. So 54.67, 54.67. For Tom Roby up next, racer number 318, Kyle Tapio, Battleground, Washington, riding Articat, followed by Scott Long and Trent Handsaker.
All right, Butch Ankle is up and over with a 5.814. 5.814. We're moving on to Riley Kincaid out of Victor, Idaho, number 102 on an Articat. Followed by James Marshall and hometown boy and my buddy Tanner Thomas.
Kyle Tapio, 52025202 for Kyle Tapio. Up next, racer number 329, Scott Long out of Spirit Lake, Idaho, riding Skidoo, followed by Trent Handsaker and Dolan Phelps.
And there it is, Riley Kincaid, Victor, Idaho, on an Articat, takes the lead with a 5100, 5100. Good run, Riley. Now we'll move on to James Marshall, Tremont, Utah, on a Polaris, followed by Tanner Thomas and Stetson Banta.
All right, Scott Long coming in with 5880, 5880 for Scott Long. Up next, race number 235, Trent Handsaker, Camas, Utah. Riding Skidoo, followed by Dolan Phelps and Tim Mackey.
All right, James Marshall, Tremont, Utah, number 279, up and over with a 10041. 10041. Now on the mountains, number 120, Tanner Thomas from Afton, Wyoming, on a Polaris, followed by Stetson Banta and Chance Wright. Is that? Wait. Chance Wait. You got this, Stetson. Throttle's on the right, brother.
Trent Handsaker comes in with a 53-21, 5-3-2-1 for Trent Handsaker. Headed up the hill right now, racer number 169, Dolan Phelps, Fish Haven, Idaho, riding Polaris, followed by Tim Mackey and Todd Tupper.
Tanner Thomas, number 120, Afton, Wyoming, just moves into the lead with a 5-0-4-0. 5-0-4-0 for Tanner Thomas. And we're going to move on to Stetson Banta, followed by Chance Wait and Jackson Rogers. Stetson Banta, Idaho Falls, Idaho, on a Polaris.
Dolan Phelps came in with 53-62, 53-62. Racer number 132, Tim Mackey, Hermantown, Minnesota, riding Articat. He'll be followed by Todd Tupper and Brett Hillam.
All right, Stetson Banta, 5733, 5733. Here we go with Chance Wait from Bozeman, Montana, on a skidoo, followed by Jackson Rogers and Daxton Zollinger.
Tim Mackey coming in 10039. 10039 for Tim Mackey. Up next, racer number 30, Todd Tupper, Hammond, Idaho, riding Arctic Cat, followed by Brett Hillman, Sherm Nilsson.
All right, Chance Wait, Bozeman, Montana, up and over with a 5846, 5846. Now we're going with Jackson Rogers, number 267 out of Camas, Utah, on a skidoo, followed by Daxton Zollinger and Landon Kula.
Todd Tupper comes in with 56, 45, 5, 6, 4, 5. For Todd Tupper. Up next, racer number 33, Brett Hillman, Plain City, Utah, riding Polaris. He'll be followed by the Shermanator and Tony Zollinger.
Look what we got here, Kenny. Fastest time of the day on the blue lane. Jackson Rogers, Camas, Utah, on a skidoo, 4907, 4907. Now on the hill is Daxton Zollinger, Millville, Utah, on an Arctic Cat, followed by Landon Kula and Dylan Hart.
All right, 120s. 120s. We're going to be running tomorrow at 11:30. 120s. We're going to be running you at 11:30. So get it figured out. We'll tell you where to be, but plan on 11:30 tomorrow for the 120s.
You know, Daxton Zollinger watched Jackson Rogers on the last run. He knew what he had to beat. Didn't quite get it done, but he's right there under the 50 mark, 49.57. 49.57 for Daxton Zollinger. Now on the hill is Landon Kula from, where's that, Ucolt, Washington, on an Arctic Cat, followed by Dylan Hart and Eric Kerr.
All right. Sherm running into a little trouble there on the starting line, but he did not repull, so he's off and running again. I thought he was going to come in here and hang out with us, but bring his snowmobile with him.
All right, for all you listeners out there, tomorrow at about 11:30, depending on where we land with classes and such, around 11:30, we're going to have a 120 class. So get all your 120s, come up here, Geneva, Idaho, and be ready to race. 120s, about around 11:30.
And locals, if you want to take a shot at what these guys do. I know there's a bunch of couch sitters going, oh, you made him. I've known him. I've seen him. I'm like, yeah, go give it a try. I will. But if you want to come and take a chance at the hill, you can do that tomorrow with the locals race. We'll be having that as soon as we finish up in the blue lane, I believe is where we'll send them up As of right now, Brett Hillam came in with 102.50, 102.50. Sherm Nilsson having a little hiccup here at the starting line, but he's still off and running. Tony Zollinger going to be up after that, and then Rick Haglund.
Boy, Jackson must have lit a fire in these boys after they watched that. We got Landon Kula coming in with a 4.916. 4.916. Next up is Dylan Hart, Star Valley Ranch, Wyoming, on a Polaris, followed by Eric Kerr and Brody Sermon.
Probably overall, really. 123.08. 123.08 for the Shermanator. Up next, racer number 3, Tony Zollinger, Wellsville, Utah.
Right, we have Calvin Ehrman here from British Columbia, Ski-Doo racer, and he's got a long ways to travel. He's down here we got 3 races in a row. This is a second Bear Lake race. So, Calvin, how's your weekend going? Tell us what classes you're running.
6, 9, and 1,000 improved stock, and 6 and 7 modified. Only ran 6 improved today and made it in that one, but still a few more to go today, so hopefully we can keep it up.
Well, good. We got some more snow over the weekend, and it seems to be piling up. The weather conditions are pretty warm, so hope you're having a good weekend.
Yeah, you betcha. The weekend's going great. The course is fast and kind of loose, so that makes it more of a my-style course, so hopefully we can put something on the podium this weekend.
Well, good luck to you, Calvin. Thanks.
All right, Dylan Hart, Star Valley Ranch, comes up and over with a 5.357. 5.357. Now on the hill, we got number 88, Eric Kerr, Spring Creek, Nevada, on a Polaris, followed by Brody Sermon and Cameron Conger. Oh, no, it looks like we got a little trouble up there at 12.7 for Eric Kerr, 12.7.
And Tony Zollinger turned in a 55.99. That's 55.99 for Tony Zollinger on the hill right now. Racer number 144, Rick Haglund, Laramie, Wyoming, riding Skidoo. He'll be followed by TJ Shippey and Fearless Farron. 900, we're 3 away. 900 improved. Start making your way to the cool pit, and we'll invite you into the hot pit. And racers, if you would prefer direct deposit, we have this. So you don't have to be checking the mailbox. We've got authorization for direct. Yeah. Let me try this one more time. Authorization for direct payment. Forms in here you can come get, so you don't have to check the mailbox for your winnings. The ACH forms are in here. Come and get them. Pretty please, says Cheyenne. Apparently, that's going to make her life a lot easier.
All right, off and running with number 681, Brody Sermon, Terraton, Idaho, on an Articap, followed by Cameron Conger and Dan Musu. Musso.
And Rick Haglund came in with a TJ Shippey came in with a 104.81. Sorry, 104.81. And I shall have to go back and grab Rick's time for you here in just a minute. On the hill right now, racer number 115, Fearless, Farron Gilbert. All racers in this class are over the age of 40 years old, and this one right here, considerably over the age of 50. So, Farron Gilbert headed into the clouds.
All right, Brody Sermon up and over with a 101.83. 101.83 for Brody. Now we're going with 725, Cameron Conger, Granby, Colorado, on a skidoo, followed by Dan Musso, and then Tyler Carroll.
Yeah. Yes. That works. Farron Gilbert coming in with 101.41. I'm going to go back and do a little handpecking here and get you Rick Haglin's time. But right now, we are moving into 900 improved stock, wasting no time with racer number 789, Greg Dana, Thane, Wyoming, riding skidoo. He'll be followed by Cole Thomas and Keith Jackson.
Right, we have Seth Wilson here with us, Polaris Racer. Seth, how's your weekend going?
Hey, it's been really good so far. I've got 4 out of 5. Missed 1,000 in stock. I was bubble boying that one, so that one kind of hurts. But other than that, it's been a blast back here at Bear Lake. Racing over the course from last weekend. I thought it'd be a little tougher, but conditions held up well so far, so it's been exciting, been fun.
It's actually turned out to be really good, and we got a lot of good wet snow, and makes it challenging for the course, though, and going across last week's course, so yeah. Hey, Seth, what's your favorite summertime activity? What do you do in the summer?
Probably my favorite thing is looking for big bucks. Keeps me motivated, keeps me in good shape for this time of year. This time of year, you're not able to get out and hike as much, but I mean, from heck, you start in June and go till November, just hiking and looking for big bucks, spending time with my family on horses. That's my summer pastime. Well,
definitely to have an activity and keep you in shape year round is a big deal. So thanks for your time, Seth.
Yep, thanks, Heidi. I appreciate it.
Dan Musso up and over with a 5.447. 5.447 for Dan Musso. On the hill, number 932, Tyler Carroll, Paris, Idaho, on a Polaris. Followed by Rhett Howard and Shane Bullock. If anybody wants some good hot chocolate, go back here and get your breakfast and your hot chocolate.
Oh,
Thanks,
boy.
Brett.
I'll tell you what, we are spoiled rotten how many times we've been on a hill with nothing to eat but a cold something or another. And this is fantastic. We appreciate Big Dog's Burger Barn being here. Look forward to it all year at Afton. To have it 3 weekends in a row up spoiled rotten.
All right, Tyler Carroll up and over with a 5.805. 5.805. Now moving on to number 263, Rhett Howard, Glenwood, Utah, on a Polaris. Followed by Shane Bullock and Brixton Hometown Sessions.
All right, Cole Thomas setting the bar 55.43, 55.43. Now the time to beat in qualifying as we go with racer number 1, Keith Jackson, Thane, Wyoming. Riding Polaris, followed by Brian Thompson and Clint Covert.
All right, Rhett Howard up and over with a 5.918, 59.18. Moving on to Shane Bullock, number 611 out of Cedar City, Utah, on a skidoo, followed by Brixton Sessions and Dylan Hart.
Keith Jackson coming in with 58.82, 58.82 for Keith Jackson. And on the hill right now, racer number 41, Brian Thompson out of West Haven, Utah, riding Polaris. He'll be followed by Clint Covert and Les Keller. Brian, been gone a little while. $9.2 high mark in the red. 9.2 high mark for Brian Thompson. We'll get him cleared out. Go with racer number 5-4, Clint Covert, Idaho Falls, Idaho, riding Arctic Cat, followed by Les Keller and Taylor Seamers.
All right, Shane Bullock up and over with a 5.951, 59.51 for Shane Bullock. Now on the hill is number 244, Brixton Sessions, hometown boy, Afton, Wyoming, on a Polaris, followed by Dylan Hart from Lolo and Bo Richin.
Well, there's a lot of hard words to say together, Lolo and Bo, and a lot of stuff going on there.
Uh-oh, looks like Brixton's run into a little trouble right there. He's going to powder turn her and bring her back down. Nope, he's going back up. He said, I ain't done yet. Watch me. Now lean back. Brixton got her going. He went up and over the top with a 1:15.24. 1:15.24 for Brixton Sessions. He even got the powder turn of the day. Now on the hill is going to be Dylan Hart, Lolo, Montana, junior flying Hawaiian from in Montana on a Polaris. Uh-oh. Who is it?
There he is.
Here he comes. He must have been in Hawaii. Oh, sled's cold.
Somewhere
Gotta
near
warm it up.
Honolulu. All right, we got the green light. Well, the okay to turn on the green light for racer number 54, Clint Covert, Idaho Falls, Idaho. See him quite a bit throughout the off season.
All right, now we got Dylan Hart, Lolo, Montana, on a Polaris.
Clint Covert, 56.63, 56.63 For Clint Covert, up next, racer number 147, Les Keller, Kalispell, Montana, riding Polaris, followed by Taylor Seamers and Trace Pettengill.
All right. Number 216, Dylan Hart, Lolo, Montana, up and over with a 5034. 5034. He'll be followed by Bo Richens, and that will finish up semi-pro improved. We will move to amateurs improved. Amateurs, get them in there, get them ready, and let's go. All right, finishing up the semi-pro improved stock class. Bo Richens, Idaho Falls, Idaho, on an Articat, 5358, 5358. Now we're going to move into amateurs improved. Evan Dagnall, Connor Ellison, and Mason Irwin. Get them in, get them ready, let's go.
All right, bringing you up to speed on the red lane, pro lane, 900 improved stock. Les Keller was 5616, 5616. And Taylor Seamers, I believe, 5881. They were both lit. I want to make sure I got the right number headed up the hill right now. Oh, okay, this is Taylor Seamers. That's what I was afraid of.
All right, here we go. First one in amateurs improved. Number 613, Evan Dagnall, Portland, Oregon, on an Articat. Followed by Connor Ellison and Mason Irwin.
All right. So, just to clarify, I believe, I don't know, I had a little glitch in here for a second. Les Keller was 5516, 5516 on the hill. Racer number 106. Taylor Seamers going over with 5576, 5576 for Taylor Seamers on the hill right now. Racer number 151, Chase Pettengill, Rigby, Idaho, riding Polaris, followed by Ben Marquis and Kyle Heap.
All right, Evan Dagnall up and over with a 110.31, 110.31 for Evan. We're going to move on to number 326, Connor Ellison out of Moroni, Utah, on a Polaris, followed by Mason Irwin and Garrett Tom. Eliason from Moroni. What did I say? Good job, Seth Wilson. You're riding good.
114.71 for Trace Pettengill. 114.71. Up next, racer number 6, Ben Marquis, Etna, Wyoming. Riding Polaris, he'll be followed by Kyle Heap and Aaron Buchelman.
All right, Connor Eliason from Moroni, Utah, is up and over with a 5.547, 55.47. Now we'll go around with 7.12, Mason Irwin, Rock Springs, Wyoming, on a skidoo. Followed by Garrett Tom and my little buddy, Caden Rainey.
Ben Marquis comes in with 59.86, 5.986 for Ben Marquis. Up next, racer number 217, Kyle Heap, Evanston, Wyoming, riding Polaris, followed by Aaron Buchelman and Keith Curtis.
All right, my mistake. Mason Irwin is a scratch. So Garrett Tom is on the hill from Victor, Idaho, on a skidoo, number 24. And then my little buddy, Caden Rainey and Wyatt Choate. Garrett Tom, Victor, Idaho, up and over with a 5.597. 5.597. Now on the hill is my little buddy, 203, Caden Rainey, Thane, Wyoming, on a Polaris. That's how I am. Get up on my head.
Kyle Heap at 57 flat, 5.700. For Kyle Heap, up next, racer number 13X, Aaron Buchelman, Caldwell, Idaho, riding Polaris, followed by Keith Curtis and Justin Thomas.
There it is, number 203, Caden Rainey out of Thane, Wyoming, on a Polaris, moves into the lead with a 5.523. 5.523 for Caden Rainey. Now on the hill is Wyatt Choate, Cora, Wyoming, on a Polaris, followed by Jet Johnson and Dylan Pugmire.
Aaron Buchelman, 51.45, 5.145. Aaron Buchelman up next, racer number 711, Keith Curtis, Dylan Montana riding Polaris. He's followed by Justin Thomas and Luke Rainey. It's going to get good with those three lined up. You better not walk away from your screen.
All right, Wyatt Choate, Cora, Wyoming, up and over with a 105.02. 105.02. Now we're moving on to Jet Johnson, Camas, Utah, on a skidoo, followed by Dylan Pugmire and Jaden Marshall.
All right. Sounds like after, did you say 900 improved, Tyson? 900 improved, we're going to take a break and clean the starting lineup. Got a lot of snow, a little moist. out there, and we're going to clean it up for a sec, but don't get too comfortable in your situation because it won't take long. Fifty-one for Keith Curtis. 5-1 for Keith. That is, your second fastest. I told you it was going to get good. Hold on. Here we go. Racer number 112, Justin Thomas, Idaho Falls, Idaho. Riding Polaris. He'll be followed by Luke Rainey. Then we got Mad Max McGinnis, Superstars.
All right, number 701, Jet Johnson, Camas, Utah, up and over with a 55-16, 55-16. We'll put him in the lead. We're going to go with 590, Dylan Pugmire, Montpelier, Idaho, on a skidoo, followed by Jaden Marshall and Colton Ehrman.
All right, Justin Thomas comes into the 5403. 5403 for Justin Thomas. Racer number 303, Luke Rainey on the hill. Thane, Wyoming, riding Polaris, followed by Max McGinnis and Blaine Matthews. Like I said, it is an all-star lineup right here.
All right, Dylan Pugmire, Montpelier, Idaho, up and over with a 107.43, 107.43. Moving on to Jaden Marshall, number 407, out of Bloomington, Idaho, on a Polaris, followed by Colton Ehrman and Lucas Conger.
5103, new fastest time for Luke Rainey. 5103 for Luke Rainey. Up next, racer number 336, Max McGinnis, Big Piney, Wyoming, riding Skidoo. He's going to be followed by Spanky and Calvin Ehrman, Garrett Easton, Nate Suter. Then we're going to clean the starting line. 1,000 improved, be ready. But we are going to have just a slight break while we clean up the starting line.
All right. Jaden Marshall, number 407, up and over with a 103.13. 103.13. Now we're moving on to 469C, Colton Ehrman. Salmon Arm, British Columbia, on an Articat, followed by Lucas Conger and Raiden Lutz.
All right, Max McGinnis coming in with a 55.39, 55.39 on the hill right now. Racer number 230, Spanky. Blaine Matthews, Pinedale, Wyoming, riding Skidoo. He'll be followed by Calvin Ehrman and Garrett Easton. I know, 49.28 for Spanky. That kid is hot today. Look out for Blaine Matthews. In freaking credible. Spanky, 49.28. New fastest qualifier up next. Racer number 524C, Calvin Ehrman. Salmon Arm, British Columbia, riding Articap, followed by Garrett Easton and Nate Suter. Nate wrapping up the class. Will clean the starting line and move into 1,000 improved.
All right, Colton Ehrman up and over with the 55.95. 55.95 for Colton Ehrman. Next on the hill, we got number 456, Lucas Conger, Grand Lake, Colorado, on a skidoo, followed by Raiden Lutz and Chance Jones. All right, Lucas Conger up and over with a 5.488. 5.488. That's your new leader right there, Lucas Conger, Grand Lake, Colorado. Now we're moving on to number 125, Raiden Lutz, Garden City, Utah, on a Polaris, followed by Chance Jones and Braden Holden Dickey.
Calvin Ehrman, 52.86, 52.86 for Calvin Ehrman on the hill right now. Racer number 91, Garrett Easton, Rock Springs, Wyoming, riding skidoo. Nate Suter, cousin Nate, is going to wrap up 1,000 improved.
All right, Raiden Lutz, hometown kid, Garden City, Utah, on a Polaris, 103.71. 103.71 for Raiden. We're going to move on to number 347, Chance Jones, Smoot, Wyoming, on a skidoo, followed by Braden Dickey and Harper Handshaker.
Can't do that anymore.
Oh,
COVID.
yeah. Yep. Okay. Handsaker. All right. Chance Jones up and over with a 106.04. 106.04. Now on the hill, we got 752. Braden Dickey, Thane, Wyoming, on a skidoo, followed by Harper Handsaker and Andy Sorensen.
All right, let me get you caught up over here. Calvin Ehrman came in with 52.86 in the 900 improved. Garrett Easton came in with 100.31. And Nate Suter coming in with 5.968. That is some incredible 900 improved stock qualifying. And we're going to start things off with racer number 106 in. We're cleaning the finish starting line, aren't we? I'll let you have her.
All right, Braden Dickey up and over with a 5.920. 5.920. Good run for Braden. Now we got Harper Handsaker, Camas, Utah, on a skidoo, number 435, followed by Andy Sorensen and Jason Tisdall. All right, there's a good run with Harper Handsaker. 5-2-1-6 for Harper. 5-2-1-6. Going with 629, Andy Sorensen from Paris, Idaho, on an Articat. Running the old M Series. Andy Sorensen up and over with a 104.56. 104.56. Now we'll move on to number 271, Jason Tisdall from Aurora, Colorado, on a Skidoo, followed by Colton Knox, and that'll finish up our Amateurs Improved. We'll move into Pro Senior Mod. All you old guys, get ready. Pro Senior Mod.
That was Brandon Tittenser that said that. I did not call you old guys because I'm not much younger than any of you. Just saying.
Well, I see Bob Tom's in there. All right. Jason Tisdale up and over with a 5.796. 5.796. All right, our last rider in this class, number 117, Colton Knox, Grand Lake, Colorado, on a Skidoo. All right, this will be this last amateur improved rider, Colton Knox, and then we're going to fix the starting line. So get over there and get you some breakfast, get you some hot chocolate, and hopefully somebody brings you some coffee. Just kidding, Brett. Oh, time's flying. It's probably lunchtime.
All righty. Once again, folks, if you're watching from home and you're liking what you're seeing, and hopefully we've picked up some new viewers and enthusiasts of RMSHA, you can become a member without even having to buy a snowmobile. You can be a member of a Snowmobile Hill Climb Association while you're sitting on a beach, and we had about 4 or 5 people in very warm weather do that last weekend. But the RMSHA High Mark Club is brand new for 2021, and you get all kinds of great membership benefits. You get a bunch of discounts and awesome deals from our sponsors and our business partners, and it's only $100 a year. You can do it at rimshot.net, and we are going to we're going to give. You don't even have to bid on it. We're going to do member-specific drawings every week, and we've got some great prizes. We'll let you in on those, but get in on the Highmark program. It's a lot of great support. We appreciate it very much. And of course, we want to thank our local sponsors. Clover Creek is where we are sleeping this weekend. They are awesome. Feel welcome, feel comfortable, feel right at home. Located in Montpelier, Idaho, and sponsor the Bear Lake race and offering a 10% discount to racers during the races to the Highmark Club through the end of 2021. Phillips 66 USAVE Convenience, your convenience, our pleasure, located in Montpelier, and sponsor of the Bear Lake Race, offering free coffee refills. Imagine that. Too bad they're down at the bottom of the canyon, Brandon.
I'm going.
I just put in a coffee order and forgot to get you some. But anyway, free refills to racers at Phillips 66 USAVE. And did I mention they also are a liquor store? So you can get whatever octane you might need, additive, not for riding, mind you, for the storytelling.
All right, finishing up that class in Amateurs Improved was number 117, Colton Knox, Grand Lake, Colorado, on a Skidoo with a 5.721. 5.721 for Colton. After we clean the starting line, we'll move into Pro Senior Mod. Jim Marshall, Brad Sharp, and Farron Gilbert.
We also want to thank our King of Kings sponsors, Articap, Passion is Power, Polaris, Think Outside, and Skidoo. Discover that Skidoo feeling. Starting line products, your adventure starts here. King of the Hill sponsors, Boondocker, sponsoring our hot pit with our jack stands over there. New hot pit lineup seems to be working real good. And a great big heartfelt thanks to Butcher Racing, Carl Cycle Sales at Carl Cycle Sales. We know because we ride. Driven Power Sports, our gate sponsors, Wyoming's premier Polaris and Skidoo dealer. Fox Shocks, go farther, ride Fox. Raptor Shocks, leaders in aftermarket suspension development, proudly made in the USA. And our starting line, sponsored by Rocky Mountain Power Sports. Can't thank them enough. Serving your power sports and equipment needs in God's perfect squares. See them for all of your goodies from 509, Bobcat, Kawasaki, Skidoo, Can-Am, Fly, LS2, SSR, Sea-Doo, and Beta motorcycles. They've got it all right there. And a big thanks to Tad Jenkins Auto Group, sponsoring our Queen of the Hill runs, where small town values endure. Thomas Drilling, tapping water for years, serving Idaho and Wyoming. And Zebros, longtime gate sponsors. So glad to have them on board. Upgrade your suspension.
Up here, you have to be relentless and fearless. You have to know how to climb higher with no regard for barriers and boundaries. And you have to be equipped for every challenge, which is why we built a rear suspension like Alpha One, using a single beam to carve and maneuver like nothing else. These are the new Alpha Ones from Arctic Cat. Alpha One shreds every expectation of traditional twin-rail design with a lightweight single-beam suspension that was expertly engineered and rigorously tested for toughness. This design means fewer parts and less weight, allowing it to cut sharper corners and take on bigger challenges. Alpha 1 maneuvers effortlessly, carving and floating with ease. And without two rails to trap snow, its single rail stays lightweight all day, every day. Now on every mountain snowmobile, plus the Blast M mid-sized and Riot X crossover. It's the ultimate weapon for side hilling, tackling steep slopes, and more. Next time you have a mountain to climb, you better have an Alpha on your side. The Alpha 1 single beam rear suspension from Arctic Cat.
All right, Queen of the Hill sponsors Salt River Motors. Our mission is to offer you the latest in Polaris snowmobiles, ATVs, and side-by-side. Class spring manufacturer for aerospace, military, commercial, and motorsports markets.
There's something inside us, something that motivates us, a longing to get out, to break free. Some call it adventure. Others call it escape. But we don't ride to escape life. We ride to capture it. Polaris. Think outside.
Butcher Racing, Carl's Cycle Sales, Castle X, Clover Creek Inn, Crapo Farms, Driven Power Sports and Marine, Duckworth Wool, Fast Signs, 40 Bar Ranch, Fox Shocks, FXR, Johnson's X, Kate's Real Food, and Climb. Thank you all so much for that awesome High Mark Club there that I'm told is Ben's brainchild, and I think it's brilliant to let people from far and wide all over the world watch. And there is a reference box when you sign up for that on RMSHA.net, and you can refer your favorite racer, and they will get credit for you cheering them on and becoming a High Mark member because of them.
Vote Brandon.
I wonder if there's an announcer category for that. Maybe me and Brandon could start a little friendly competition. I don't know what they get with all the sponsor stuff, but you can, yeah, no kidding. You could definitely support Brandon Tittenser, Captain America, if you want to. All right, so once again, for the viewers at home, I'm not sure what you're seeing there at home. I might be doing this in the middle of a commercial, but again, go to the Sagebrush Soul Facebook page. While you're there, hit like, but it's benefiting for the RMSHA. I'm going to do a little bit of a YouTube project on, over the course of several weeks, of the history of RMSHA. I know that the Snow Devils is where it was born from, but I want to focus on RMSHA a little bit. We're going to tell the Jackson story too, but any stories, anything you want to put in there, just direct message me on Sagebrush Soul, please. Looks like we're about ready to go. 1,000 improved over here in the red lane. It's going to be Taylor Seamers, Nate Suter, possibly, and Logan Halford. It's probably going to be Nate. He's back. Probably not going to move him down. So Taylor Seamers, Nate Suter, Logan Halford.
All right, in the blue lane, we got Pro Senior Mod, number 47, Jim Marshall, Bloomington, Idaho, on a Polaris, followed by Brad Sharp and Farron Gilbert. All right, Jim Marshall up and over with a 5.532. 5.532. Now we're going to go on to Brad Sharp, Moxie, Washington, number 206, on a Skidoo this year, and followed by Farron Gilbert and Jeff Rogers.
$55.76, 5576. For Taylor Seamers, up next, racer number 95, Nate Suter, Thane, Wyoming, riding Skidoo, followed by Logan Halford and Gage Peterson.
All right, 206, Brad Sharp, up and over with a 49.24. 49.24. Now we'll go on to Farron Gilbert, Cascade, Idaho, on a Skidoo, followed by Jeff Rogers and Brooke. He's back, Beckstrom.
$54.27 for Cousin Nate, 5427 for Nate Suter. Up next, racer number 625, Logan Halford, Idaho Falls, Idaho, riding Arctic Cat, followed by Gage Peterson and Zach Matheson.
All right, Farron Gilbert up over with a 5.532. 5.532. Wow, same as Jim Marshall. Now we're going with Jeff Rogers, Camas, Utah, on a skidoo, followed by Brooke Beckstrom and Sean Choate.
Board members, stick around after the race. You're going to have a board meeting in either Rusty or Darren's trailer. Logan Halford came in with a 53.03. Gage Peterson on the hill, racing number 736, Morgan, Utah, riding Articat. He'll be followed by Zach Isback Matheson and Big Ben.
All right, Jeff Rogers up and over with a 101.04. 101.04 for Jeff. Now on the hill, number 9, Brooke Beckstrom, Salmon, Utah, on a Polaris, or Salem. Followed by Sean Choate and Bob, Plum Bob Tom.
We can make up towns. There's nothing wrong with that. Gage Peterson comes in with 57.19, 57.19. Zach Masson, racer number 707, Casper, Wyoming, riding Polaris, followed by Big Ben and Keith Jackson.
All right, Brooke Beckstrom, number 9, up and over with a 53.53. Now we're going to go with Sean Choate, Cora, Wyoming, on a skidoo, number 710. Followed by Bob Tom and Scott Long.
All right. Looks like we're getting her gathered up. Zach Matson was 54.96. 54.96 on the hill. Racer number 72, Big Ben Slensick, Rock Springs, Wyoming. Riding Skidoo. He's going to be followed by Keith Jackson and Mentalberry. All right, bear with us for just a sec. I think there's a lag on the live timing, and we will get you caught up to speed. And now the clock is just ticking.
Just because it's been
All right, Big Ben, 58-57, 5857 for Big Ben Slensick. Woo. Keith Jackson on the hill right now, racer number 1, Thane, Wyoming, riding Polaris, followed by Jay Menaberry and Justin Thomas.
All right, I didn't get a time for Sean Choate. The clock didn't stop here in the trailer. We'll get you a time for him. But we're going with 24F, Bob Tom, Victor, Idaho. He went up and over with a 104.04. 104.04. Now we're going to Scott Long, Spirit Lake, Idaho, on a Skidoo, number 529, followed by Rick Haglund. He'll finish up the Pro Senior Mod, and then we'll move into the Women's Modified.
Keith Jackson came in at 53.45, 340. Charging the hill right now, racer number 411. Jay Menaberry, the train robber from Alpine, Wyoming, riding Skidoo. He'll be followed by Justin Thomas and Garrett Easton.
All right, going back to the timers and finding the time for Sean Choate out of Cora, Wyoming was 5997. 5997. Looks like Scott Long goes up and over with a 5562. 5562. Last racer in this class will be number 144, Rick Haglund, Laramie, Wyoming, on a Skidoo.
And Menaberry, oh my goodness, I don't know what him and Blaine have been up to over the week, but it's working. 49.52. Jay Menaberry, your fastest qualifier. Up next, racer number 112, Justin Thomas. Going to try to knock down that Skidoo blockade right here. He's from Idaho Falls, Idaho, riding Polaris. He'll be followed by Garrett Easton and Tony Ryan.
Uh-oh, running into a little trouble up there. Rick's going to come in with 11.9. 11.9 for Rick. Now we're going to move into Women's Modified. First out, number 27, Taylor Myers, Soda Springs, Idaho, on a Polaris, followed by Debbie Long and Sammy Rogers McCackney.
Justin Thomas coming in with 53.52, 53.52. For Justin Thomas up next, racer number 91, Garrett Easton, Rock Springs, Wyoming, riding a Skidoo. He's going to be followed by Tony Ryan and Les Keller.
All right, we're going to have a little bit of a change in the running order in the women's mod. It's going to go Taylor, Myers, then we're going to move Debbie Long to the bottom. She's sharing a sled with Rick, and she is going to wait. So it'll be Taylor, Sammy, and then Taylor Peck.
Garrett taking a bit of a detour. Oh, can he turn it? Will he? Nope, he's headed down. Man, oh man. Going to be a high mark for Garrett Easton. Trying to hit the binders. 10.8 will be that high mark for Garrett Easton. 10.8. Up next, racer number 636, Tony Ryan, Roy Utah riding Skidoo. He'll be followed by Les Keller and Calvin Ehrman.
I seen Taylor Myers go up and over the top. I do not have a time for Taylor Myers. I'll get it for you. $14.3 for Taylor Myers. Now we're going to move on to Sammy McCackney from Francis, Utah on a skidoo, followed by Taylor Peck and Tiffany McWilliams.
Oh, Tony Ryan having a little bit of a pile up at gate 9 up there. That might hurt. We'll find out. Tony Ryan. All right. As soon as we get Tony gathered up, we're going to go with racer number 147, Les Keller, Kalispell, Montana, riding Polaris, followed by Calvin Ehrman and Luke Rainey.
All right, on the hill now on the blue lane is 330, Sammy McCackney, Francis, Utah on a skidoo, followed by Taylor Peck and Tiffany McWilliams. All right, Sammy comes at the 10138. 10138. Now on the hill we got Taylor Peck, number 105, Rigby, Idaho, on a Polaris, followed by Tiffany McWilliams and Brooke Long.
Woo, 54.71 for Les Keller, 5.471 for Les. Up next, race number 524C, Calvin Ehrman, Salmon Arm, British Columbia, riding Arctic, followed by Luke Rainey and Jaden Cook out of Ogden, Utah.
All right, Taylor Peck up and over with a 10826, 10826 for Taylor Peck. Now we'll go with Tiffany McWilliams and Brooke Long, number 902, Tiffany McWilliams, Dillon, Montana, on an Articat, followed by Brooke Long, and then we'll move back to Debbie Long.
I think we just got the official signal that Big Dog's Burger Barn has switched over to lunch, and we got some fantastic French fries in here. And no, you can't have them, but you can get your own over at Big Dog's Burger Barn. Calvin Ehrman looks like he is at a struggle up there. I believe they came in and helped him. I was looking down, but I see he's
All right, Tiffany McWilliams up and over with a 103.06. 103.06 for Tiffany McWilliams. Now we're going to move on to number 519, Brooke Long, Spirit Lake, Idaho, on a skidoo, followed by Deborah Long. And that will finish up women's modified.
We have Dolan Phelps here with Polaris Racing today. Dolan, thanks for your time. You've been racing for quite a few years, since 2003, and you're still pretty dominant.
Well, it's been a long run, that's for sure, but it's just so much fun. Still having a good time doing it, and now that my son's into it, we just enjoy coming every weekend, and it's just, it's good to be racing again.
Yeah, Tragan's doing pretty good. How old's Tragan?
He's 13, so I'm pretty proud of him. He's doing a great job, and just getting him going into this sport. So.
Well, he's got a good teacher, and you guys are having a good weekend, and appreciate you being with us. So good luck to you.
All righty, thank you guys. Really appreciate all your hard work.
Thanks.
Luke Rainey coming in with a 50.93 and a time that blazing fast. Still not fast enough to move into the lead. Metalberry still up on top as we go now with racer number 78, Jaden Cook, Ogden, Utah. Riding Polaris, followed by Greg Dana and Aaron Buchelman. Oh, no. Wheeling it over, if you call it a wheelie, or do you call it skiing over? Well, he's going to take a high mark at gate 11, but he is going to win the sled dogging contest for the day. Holy smokes. I've said this a million times about Jaden before, but he does not let out, no matter what. He's either going to scatter or he's going to get a blazing fast time. Riley Cook. Jaden Cook. High mark of gate 11, but he was not holding anything back, as he never does. Racer number 789, Greg Dana, Thane, Wyoming, riding skidoo, headed up the hill. He'll be followed by Aaron Buchelman and Cameron Lindsay. It's going to be good. Don't look away.
All right. Our last rider there, Deborah Long, Spirit Lake, Idaho, comes in with a 105.36. 105.36 to finish up the women's modified. Now we're going to move on to semi-pro mod. Michael Murphy from Lehi, Utah, on an Articat, followed by Shane Bullock and Kyle Kuhn.
All right, going to turn Greg Dana loose.
All right, number 421, Michael Murphy, Lehi, Utah, up and over with a 56.61 to start off the semi-pro mod. Now we're on the hill is number 611, Shane Bullock, Cedar City, Utah, on a skidoo, followed by Kyle Kuhn and Dylan Hart from Star Valley Ranch.
So I got 51-38 for Greg Dana, 5138, and racer number 13X, Aaron Buchelman taking off on that angry Carl Cycle sled. Caldwell, Idaho, riding Polaris. He'll be followed by Cameron Lindsay and Kyle Tapio.
Shane Bullock, number 611, coming in with a 5789. 5789. Moving on to Kyle Kuhn, Laramie, Wyoming, on a Skidoo, number 97. Followed by Dylan Hart of Star Valley and Cameron Conger.
Ooh, Aaron Buchelman, 51-54, 5154. For Aaron, up next, racer number 185, Cameron Lindsay, Wellsville, Utah, riding Articat, followed by Kyle Tapio and Brock Sharp.
All right, number 97, Kyle Kuhn, Laramie, Wyoming, coming in with a 5876. 5876 for Kyle Kuhn. Now on the mountain is 346, Dylan Hart, Star Valley Ranch, Wyoming, on a Polaris, followed by Cameron Conger and the Landon Kula.
Cameron's got a good head of steam going. I got high hopes for this guy. $52.96, 5296 for Cameron. Up next, racer number 318, Kyle Tapio, Battleground, Washington, riding Articat, followed by Brock Sharp and Ben Marquis. Clint Covert, Brian Thompson is going to wrap up the Class 6 mod. Be ready.
All right, Dylan Hart, Star Valley Ranch, coming in with a 10216. 10216. Now we'll go with number 725, Cameron Conger, Granby, Colorado, on a Skidoo, followed by Landon Kalula and Riley Kincaid.
Kyle Tapio with 52.23, 5223 for Kyle Tapio. Up next, racer number 706, Brock Sharp, Moxie, Washington, riding Skidoo, be followed by Ben Marquis and Clint Covert.
There it is. We were just talking about Cameron Conger here in the trailer. He's an up-and-comer. He's going to be fast. 725. Cameron Conger comes in with a 49.89. 49.89. Moves into the lead in the semi-pro mod. Now we got number 308, Landon Kalula from Yokalt, Washington, on an Articat, followed by Riley Kincaid and Tyler Carroll.
Brock Sharp came in with a 51.63. Man, they are just blazing up there. 51.63 for Brock Sharp. Up next, racer number 6, Ben Marquis, Etna, Wyoming, riding Polaris, followed by Clint Covert and Brian Thompson wrapping up the class. Warm up the Turbos 6 mod coming up.
I missed what happened up there to Landon, but Landon's off there in the cow feed, and he is marked at 8.1. 8.1 for Landon. All right. Looks like Landon's on his way down. Next rider up is going to be 102, Riley Kincaid, Victor, Idaho, on an Articat, followed by Tyler Carroll and Jackson Rogers.
$59.88, 59.88 for Ben Marquis. Up next, racer number 54, Clint Covert, Idaho Falls, Idaho, riding Articat. He'll be followed by Brian Thompson. Brian is going to wrap up the class. Cody Bonney will start us off in 6 mod. Oh, dear. All right. Clint Covert coming in with 101.80, 101.80. And I believe that's Brian Thompson up there going to finish us off. No, Brian is on the starting line. I'm not sure what that debacle was. Oh, Sam. All right. That's what that radio traffic was. Didn't realize it was happening on the face.
All right, 102, Riley Kincaid, Victor, Idaho, up and over with a 5.254. 5.254 for Riley Kincaid. Now on the hill is number 932, Tyler Carroll, Paris, Idaho, on a Polaris, followed by Jackson Fast Rogers and Tanner the Man Thomas. Uh-oh. Got some troubles at the bottom.
$109.80 for Brian Thompson, 109.80 for Brian. Moving now into 6 modified in the red lane. 600 mod, 854 Cody Bonney, Helena, Montana, going to start us off with the boosted ones. He'll be followed by Riley Sprunger and Andy Thomas.
All right, number 267, Fast Jackson Rogers, Canvas, Utah, on a Skidoo, followed by one of the hometown boys, my little buddy, Tanner Thomas, and then Eric Kerr. Won't be fast enough to move him in the lead, but he's right there. Jackson Rogers, 49.68. 49.68 for Jackson Rogers. Now on the mountains, number 120, Tanner Thomas, Afton, Wyoming, on a Polaris. followed by Eric Kerr and Stetson Banta.
Cody Bonnie going to start us off with a 5686, 5686. For Cody Bonnie up next, racer number 515. Riley Sprunger, Butte, Montana riding players. Will be followed by Andy Thomas and Tom Roby.
All right, number 120, Tanner Thomas up and over with a 5263. 5263 for Tanner Thomas. We're going to move on now to number 88, Eric Kerr, Spring Creek, Nevada, on a Polaris, followed by Stetson Banta and Bo Richin.
Riley Sprunger coming in with 5283, 5283. That'll move him into the lead as we get ready to go with racer number 104. Andy Thomas, Afton, Wyoming, riding Polaris. He'll be followed by Tom Roby and Russ Tapio.
All right, Eric Kerr's up and over with a 5706, 5706 for Eric. Now we're going to move on to number 749, Stetson Banta, Idaho Falls, Idaho, on a Polaris, followed by Bo Richins and Daxon Zollinger.
Fifty-two 16, 5216 for Andy Thomas. 5216 for Andy. Up next, racer number 179, Tom Roby, Thane, Wyoming, riding the Skidoo. He'll be followed by Russ Tapio and Clint Covert.
All right, Stetson's up and over with a 5693. Stetson Banta, 5693. Now on the hill, we got Bo Richins, number 278, out of Idaho Falls, Idaho, on an Articat, followed by Daxon Zollinger and Dan Musu.
Tom Roby with 101.86, 101.86 for the Bounty Hunter. And we're going with racer number 322, Russ Tapio, Battleground, Washington. Riding Articat. He'll be followed by, there we go, Clint Covert and Mason Rutledge.
All right, Bo Richins up and over with a 5526, 5526 for Bo. Daxon Zollinger, number 917, Millville, Utah, on an Articat, followed by Dan Musu and Chance Waite.
54-49, 5-4-4-9 for us. Tapio going now with racer number 54, Clint Covert, Idaho Falls, Idaho, riding Articat, followed by Mason Rutledge and Calvin Ehrman.
All right, Daxon Zollinger, Millville, Utah, up and over with a 52.03. 52.03 for Daxon Zollinger. Now we're going with Dan Musu, number 838, Etna, Wyoming, on a skidoo, followed by Chance Waite and hometown boy Brixton Sessions.
Clint Covert getting her done with, 56. 62. Hang on, I'm dizzy all of a sudden. Up next, racer number 522, Mason Rutledge, Rigby, Idaho, riding skidoo. He'll be followed by Calvin Ehrman and Gage Peterson.
All right, Dan Musu up and over with a 5.734, 57.34 for Dan. Now on the hill is number 119, Chance Waite, Bozeman, Montana, on a skidoo, followed by Brixton Session and Tyler Pretty Boy Coles.
Mason Rutledge, 5.198. That's a very impressive time. Going now with racer number 524C, Calvin Ehrman, Salmon Arm, British Columbia, riding Articat. He'll be followed by Gage Peterson and Zach Wormers.
All right, Chance Waite, Bozeman, up and over with a 58.76, 5.876 for Chance. On the hill now, we got number 244, hometown boy Brixton Sessions, Afton, Wyoming, on a Polaris, followed by Tyler Pretty Boy Coles and Butch Anktel.
$56.18 for Calvin Ehrman, 5.618 for Calvin. On the hill, racer number 736, Gage Peterson, Morgan, Utah, riding Articat. He's going to be followed by Zach Wormers and Trayson Lutz.
All right, Brixton Sessions up and over with a 103.39, 103.39 for Brixton Sessions. Now on the hill is 818, Tyler Coles, Blackfoot, Idaho, on a Polaris, followed by Butch Anktil and Brody Sermon.
Gage Peterson coming in with 58.90, 5890 for Gage Peterson. Racer number 134, Zach Wormers, Bozeman, Montana, Ryan Polaris, followed by Trace and Lutz and Tavern Rupp.
All right, Tyler Cole's up and over with a 5.228, 52.28 for Tyler. Now we're going with number 64, Butch Anktil from Park City, Utah, on a skidoo, followed by Brody Sermon and Dylan Boyce.
Zach Wormers coming in with 58.15, 5815 for Zach Wormers. Up next, racer number 126, Trace and Lutz, Garden City, Utah. Riding Polaris, he'll be followed by Tavern Rupp and Aaron Sturt.
All right, Butch is up and over with a 5.758, 5.758. Now on the hill, we got number 681, Brody Sermon, Tarrington, Idaho, on an Articat, followed by Dylan Boyce and Rhett Howard. Running into a little trouble up there at 14.5 for Brody, 14.5. Next on the hill is going to be number 729, Dylan Boyce, Rigby, Idaho, on a skidoo. Looking good on the starting line, and here we go.
And Trace and Lutz came in with the 54.94, 54.94 on the hill right now. Racer number 192. From Tremont, Utah, Tavern Rupp. Riding Polaris, he'll be followed by Casher Crash and Kobe Crapo.
All right, we got Andy Thomas with us today, Polaris Racing. Andy's going to explain to us a little bit about the difference for our viewers, difference between the classes, the stock, improved stock and mod classes, and tell us a little bit about his day. So, Andy?
Yeah, so we have stock, improved, and mod, and stockers are basically right out of the crate. We can revalve the suspension, but motor work, everything like that is stock. We're literally riding a stock snowmobile up the hill. Improved, we can do some motor work like a little bit of porting and polishing, but it has to stay underneath the CC limit, whether it's a 850 or a 600 or whatever that is, and we can change suspension, so we can go from Walker Evans to Fox or whatever we need to do there. And then in mod, it is just free game. We have to stay underneath the CCs in our 600 and 900 classes, and then in open mod, it's whatever we can bring. We can basically do whatever we want to the snowmobiles as long as they stay in the safety guidelines of RMSHA and ISR. And yeah, that basically sums it up. We can put a lot of work into these snowmobiles and make them really, really cool. As far as my day, I've had a really good day. I've been racing the 900 stock and 1000 stock classes, and I qualified in both of those. And then I just had a really good run in 6 mods. So 2 more to go, and we'll see how it ends up.
Well, thanks, Andy. That just helps our viewers kind of, some people don't know what the stock, improved stock is. So, yeah. Well, good luck to you, and thanks for your time.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Flying Hawaiian, Dylan Hart, Lolo, Montana on a Polaris, followed by James Marshall to finish up the semi-pro mod, and we will be moving into amateurs mod. Amateurs, get your sleds, get them ready. Let's go.
Kobe Crapo with 5250, 5250 for Kobe Crapo. Racer number 517, Keith Bailey, Moroni, Utah, riding Polaris on the hill. He'll be followed by Garrett Easton and Wild Will Burgess.
All right, Dylan Hart up and over with a 5961, 5961 for Dylan Hart. Our last rider in the semi-pro mod class is 279, James Marshall, Tremont, Utah, on a Polaris.
Keith Bailey, 5974, 5974 for Keith Bailey. Up next, racer number 91, Garrett Easton, Rock Springs, Wyoming, riding Skidoo, followed by Wild Will Burgess and Logan Halford.
All right. James Marshall up and over with a 5868, 5868 for James Marshall. That will finish up the semi-pro mod, and we will move into amateurs modified. Evan Dagnall, Colton Knox, Chance Jones.
103.30 for Garrett Easton, 103.30 for Garrett. On the hill, racer number 541, Wild Will Bullriding Burgess, Sublimity, Oregon, making the switch to Skidoo last year, charging the hill.
All right, our first rider out in the amateurs mod, number 613, Evan Dagnall, Portland, Oregon. I'm probably saying his last name wrong. I apologize, but he's on the hill, and he's on an Articat. And then we'll follow by Colton Knox and Chance Jones. Dagno, I'm told. Dagno. $106.43 for Evan. Now we're going with number 117, Colton Knox, Grand Lake, Colorado, on a Skidoo, followed by Chance Jones and Connor Ellison. I believe that's Eliason or something like that also.
110.09 for Wild Will, 110.09 for Will Burgess. Up next, racer number 625, Logan Halford, Idaho Falls, Idaho, riding Articat, followed by Danny Johnson and supercharged Garth Kaufman.
All right, Colton Knox up and over with a 5.682. 56.82 for Colton Knox. Now on the hill, number 347, Chance Jones, Smoot, Wyoming, hometown boy, followed by Connor Eliason, and then Lucas Conger.
All right. Logan Halford came in with 54.68. 54.68 on the hill right now. Racer number 107, Danny Johnson, Camas, Utah. Riding Skidoo. He's going to be followed by Garth Kaufman and Toby Shepard. Big Ben Slensik wrapping up our first boosted class of qualifying. We're going to go right into 7 mod with Riley Sprunger, Aaron Buchman, Russ Tapio.
All right, Chance Jones up and over with a 10036. 10036 for Chance Jones. Now we're moving on to number 326, Connor Eliason, Moroni, Utah, on a Polaris, followed by Lucas Conger and Garrett Tom.
And Danny Johnson comes in, with 57.80 as Supercharged Speedworks. Garth Kaufman, Alta, Wyoming, charges the hill with that distinct sounding snowmobile. Garth Kaufman, 52.22, 5222 for Garth Kaufman. Up next, racer number 22, Toby Shepard. He's not from Victor, Idaho. He's from Jackson, Montana. He'll be followed by Ben Slensik. Ben going to wrap up the class. 7 mod, be ready. Riley Sprunger, Aaron Buchman, Russ Tapio.
All right, Connor Eliason up and over with a 5554. 5554. Next on the hill is number 456, Lucas Conger, Grand Lake, Colorado, on a Skidoo, followed by Garrett Tom and Jaden Marshall. Uh-oh, dude. That was kind of cool. We call that the Scorpion.
I know we think that, but I got a funny feeling he doesn't think that.
No, usually when I do that kind of stuff, I'm thinking, man, I got to make up time, and then I do it again about midway. So get ready. We may see it again.
I would do that on my way to the pits if I was to ride. Toby Shepard coming in with 53.28. 5328 for Toby Shepard. Racer number 72, Big Ben Slensik. Rock Springs, Wyoming, riding Skidoo.
All right, Lucas Conger going up and over with a 11013, 11013 for Lucas. Now we're going to move on to number 24, Garrett Tom, Victor, Idaho, on a Skidoo, followed by Jaden Marshall and Harper Handsaker.
Big Ben with 59.65, 59.65 for Big Ben Slensik. That wraps up 6 mod. Going into 7 now. Racer number 515, Riley Sprunger, Butte, Montana, riding Polaris. He'll be followed by Aaron Buchman and Russ Tapio.
All right, we got a new leader in the amateur modified. Garrett Tom, Victor, Idaho, goes up and over with a 5.402. 5.402. Now on the hill, we got number 407, Jaden Marshall, Bloomington, Idaho, on a Polaris, followed by Harper Handsaker and my little buddy, Caden Rainey.
Wow, these guys are fast. 52.03 for Riley, 5.203 for Riley Sprunger. Already charging the hill, racer number 13X, Aaron Buchman, Caldwell, Idaho, riding Polaris, followed by Russ Tapio and Wild Will.
All right, Jaden Marshall up and over with a 101.18. 101.18. Now we're moving on to number 435, Harper Handsaker, Camas, Utah, on a Skidoo, followed by Caden Rainey and Raiden Lutz.
Aaron Buchman, 54.56. 5.456 for Aaron Buchman. Racer number 322, Russ Tapio, Battleground, Washington, riding Arctic Cat. He'll be followed by Wild Will Burgess and Danny Johnson.
All right, we got a new leader in this class in the amateur modified. Harper Handsaker, Camas, Utah, comes in with a 51.63. 51.63 for Harper. Now on the hill, number 203, Caden Rainey, Thane, Wyoming, on a Polaris, followed by Raiden Lutz and Jet Johnson.
Russ Tapio, 54.55. 5.455. Racer number 541, Wild Will Burgess, Sublimity, Oregon, riding Skidoo. He'll be followed by Danny Johnson and Mentalberry.
Caden Rainey up and over with a 55.69. 5.569 for Caden Rainey. Next up on the hills, 125, Raiden Lutz, Garden City, Utah, on a Polaris, followed by Jet Johnson and Braden Dickey.
Wild Will coming in with 103.94, 103.94 for Wild Will Burgess. Up next, racer number 107, Danny Johnson, Camas, Utah, riding Skidoo. Going to be followed by James Menneberry and Justin Thomas.
All right, Raiden Lutz coming in with a 103.05. 103.05 for Raiden. Now we're going with 701 Jet Johnson, Camas, Utah, on a skidoo, followed by Braden Dickey and Colton Ehrman.
Father and son in each lane. We got Danny Johnson in the pro lane, up and over, and Jet over there on your side of the fence. 53.99 for Danny Johnson, 53.99. And he's off and running the train robber. Racer number 411, Jay Menaberry, Alpine, Wyoming, riding skidoo. He'll be followed by Justin Thomas and Zach Wormers.
All right, Jet Johnson up and over with a 55.59, 55.59. He just about had his dad. All right, now we're running with 752, Braden Dickey, Thane, Wyoming, on a skidoo, followed by Colton Ehrman and Wyatt Choate.
All right, Jay Menaberry coming in with 55.13, 55.134. Jay Menaberry up next, racer number 112, Justin Thomas, Idaho Falls, Idaho, riding Polaris. He'll be followed by Zach Wormers and Garth Kaufman.
All right, Braden Dickey up and over with a 5.724, 5.724 for Braden Dickey. Now we're moving on to number 469C, Colton Ehrman from Salmon Arm, British Columbia, on an Articat, followed by Wyatt Choate and Mason Irwin. All right, Colton Ehrman up and over with a 5.584, 55.84 for Colton Ehrman. Now we're going with number 709, Wyatt Choate, Cora, Wyoming, on a Polaris. He's followed by Mason Irwin and Jason Tisdale.
And Justin Thomas came in with a 5.875, 58.75 for Justin Thomas, racer number 134, Zach Wormers, Bozeman, Montana, riding Polaris just about to trip the lights. Fantastic. $104.49, 104.49 for Zach Wormers, and off and running supercharged Garth Kaufman out to Wyoming, riding Articat, followed by Gage Peterson and Garrett Easton.
All right, Wyatt Choate up and over with a 102.88, 102.88 for Wyatt Choate. Next on the hill is number 712, 712, Mason Irwin, Rock Springs, Wyoming, on a skidoo, followed by Jason Tisdale and Dylan Pugmire. And Dylan will finish up the amateur mod.
All right, live timing hanging up a little bit. We'll get back to you as soon as it corrects itself. So we'll get you Garth's time on the hill right now. Racer number 736, Gage Peterson, Morgan, Utah, riding Articat. He'll be followed by Garrett Easton and Kobe Crapo. All right, there we go. Garth Kaufman, 52.38, 52.38 for Garth Kaufman. Every once in a while we have a little cyber sneeze with the live timing, but should come back nice and smooth here momentarily.
All right, I don't have a time for Mason Irwin. It does not show on the computer screen here, but for Jason Tisdale, I have 59.67, 59.67 for Jason. And the last racer in this class is going to be Dylan Pugmire, Montpelier, Idaho, number 590.
$590 to the starting line. 590. Jason Tisdall. Oh, nope. Dylan Pugmire to the starting line. There we go. So Gage Peterson came in with 103.78, 103.78, off and running right now. Racer number 91, Garrett Easton, Rock Springs, Wyoming. Riding Skidoo, he'll be followed by Kobe Crapo and Aaron Sturk.
All right, your last rider in the Amateurs Modified, Dylan Pugmire, Montpelier, Idaho, on a Skidoo. And then we're going to move into juniors, ages 12 to 13. Juniors, 12 to 13. Aaron Tapio, Tragan Phelps, Jarrett Johnson, Brody Zollinger, and Tucker Shippey.
Garrett Easton, 104.42, 104.42 for Garrett. Up next, racer number 99, Kobe Crapo, St. Anthony, Idaho, riding Polaris. Will be followed by Aaron Sturk and Brooke Beckstrom.
All right, Dylan's up and over with a 5.669, 5.669. And just to clarify, Mason Irwin did not run. Mason Irwin did not run. So now we will move into juniors, ages 12 to 13. Aaron Tapio, number 314, Battleground, Washington, on an Articat, followed by Tragan Phelps and Jarrett Johnson.
Kobe Crapo comes in with 54.48, 54.48, and Cash or Crash, Aaron Sturk, racer number 285 out of Pinedale, Wyoming. Riding Skidoo, he's going to be followed by Brooke Beckstrom and Cody Bonney.
All right, Aaron Tapio up and over with a 103.47. 103.47 for Aaron Tapio. Now going to go on the hill is number 168, Tragan Phelps, Fish Haven, Idaho, on a Polaris, followed by Jarrett Johnson and Brody Zollinger.
Aaron Sturk with 56.89, 56.89 for Aaron Sturk. Up next, racer number 9, Brooke Beckstrom, Salem, Utah, riding Polaris, followed by Cody Bonney and Calvin Ehrman. 59725972 for Brooke Beckstrom and race number 854 Cody Bonnie, Helena, Montana. Riding Polaris, followed by Calvin Ehrman and Toby Shepard.
All right, Tragan Phelps coming in with a 10864. 10864 for Tragan. And then we'll move on to number 71, Jarrett Johnson on Camas, Utah, on a Skidoo, followed by Brody Zollinger and Tucker Shippey.
All right. I am not an official by any stretch of the imagination, but Cody Bonnie did get cozy with gate number 9 up there. We'll wait for the hill help to make the official call. We'll leave it going. Give him a time and just cross our fingers we don't have to take it away because it's not half bad at 56:35. 5-6-3-5 for Cody Bonnie, hopefully. And it's good. 56-35 for Cody Bonnie. 5-6-3-5. Up next, racer number 524C, Calvin Ehrman, Salmon Arm, British Columbia, riding Articat, followed by Toby Shepard and Tom Roby.
All right, Jarrett Johnson's time comes in at a 1:19:12, 1:19:12 for Jarrett. Now on the hill, we got number 66, Brody Zollinger, Logan, Utah, on an Articat, followed by Tucker Shippey. Then he will finish up our juniors 12-13, and we will move into new member improved. New member improved. Get them in, get them hot, get them ready. Let's go.
Five, 6-1-5, 56-1-5 for Calvin Ehrman. Up next, racer number 22, Toby Shepard, Victor, Idaho, riding Skidoo, followed by Tom Roby and Mason Rutledge.
Yeah, but see, I'm on Ryan's too. All right. Brody Zollinger up and over with a 1:18.96. 1:18.96 for Brody Zollinger. Our last rider in the juniors class is number 13, Tucker Shippey. Don't know where he's from. Death, Nevada, on an Articat.
Toby Shepard, 5482, 5482. For Toby Shepard, up next, racer number 179, Tom Roby, the bounty hunter out of Thane, Wyoming, riding Skidoo. He'll be followed by Mason Rutledge and Big Ben Logan Halford wrapping up the class. ProMaster Mod, I think. Yeah, ProMaster Mod, be ready.
Pretty cool information I just heard on this. Brody Zollinger, number 66, is actually on a 400cc Articat. The rest of these boys are running 600s, but Brody's on a 400 single-cylinder Articat.
And Tom Roby up and over with 106.44, 106.44 for Tom Roby.
All right, Tucker Shippey finishing up the class with a 118.30, 118.30 for Shippey. Now we're going to move into the new member improved. New member improved. How many guys did they take out of this? 2?
3, I think. Is it 2 or 3 that they take?
All right, this new member improved for you, those of you that are watching on the live feed. New member improved gets you entries to Jackson Hole, the World Championship Hill Climb. The top 3 riders in this class will move on to Jackson Hole. New member improved: Brian Thompson, Dan Massou, Tim McKee.
$54.98 for Mason Rutledge. 54.98 for Mason. As we go with racer number 72, Big Ben Slensic, Rock Springs, Wyoming, riding Skidoo. He's going to be followed by Logan Halford. Logan Halford wrapping up the class. ProMaster Mods. Get ready. ProMaster Mods. Be ready.
All right, Brian Thompson, West Haven, Utah, first rider out, goes up and over with a 101.63. 101.63. Now we're going to move on to number 838, Dan Massou, Etna, Wyoming, riding a Skidoo, followed by Tim Mackey and Evan Dagnalt. Keep in mind, this is finals. This is finals for new member improved.
All right, 58-59, 58-59 for Big Ben Slensic. Up next, racer number 625, Logan Halford, wrapping it over the starting line. Idaho Falls, Idaho, riding an Arctic.
All right, Dan comes in with a 5.684. 5.684, moving him into the lead. Now we're going to go with Tim McKee from Hermanton, Minnesota, I guess. On an Arctic, followed by Evan Dagnall and Brody Sermon. All right, looks like Tim is in both lanes. Tim, number 132, Tim Mackey, is in both lanes. We're going to move him. So next we're going to go with number 613, Evan Dagnall, Portland, Oregon, on an Arctic.
And Logan Halford's going to come in with 55-45, 5-4-0, wrapping up 7 mod, going right into ProMaster Modified. Racer number 132, Tim Mackey, Hermantown, Minnesota. He is the one that was in both lanes at the same time. He is going up the hill. He's going to be followed by Dolan Phelps and Tom Roby. All right, found a pair of climb gloves up at the top, so if you left a pair up there, you can come get them. If you'd rather not, that's fine because they're my size, and I really like those gloves. Tim Mackey, Hermantown, coming in at 106.68. Dolan Phelps to the starting line. Dolan Phelps to the starting line. I'll say it one more time. Dolan Phelps, you're up, dude. He will be followed by Tom Roby and Brad Sharp.
All right, Evans up and over with a 103.99. 103.99 for Evan. Now we'll move on to number 681, Brody Sermon, Tarrington, Idaho, on an Articat, followed by Tyler Carroll and James Marshall.
There's Dolan. We knew he'd show up.
All right, Brody goes up and over with a 10056. 10056, putting him in the second spot as of now. Brody Sermon. Now we're up with 932, Tyler Carroll, Paris, Idaho, on a Polaris, followed by James Marshall and Jason Tisdall.
Five, 827, 5827 for Dolan Phelps. Up next, and already running up the hill, racer number 179, the Bounty Hunter, Tom Roby, Thane, Wyoming, riding Skidoo. He'll be followed by Brad Sharp and Brett Hillum.
There we go. Tyler Carroll moves into the lead with a 5604. 5604. On the mountain now, we got number 279, James Marshall, Tremont in Utah, on a Polaris, followed by Jason Tisdall and Butch Anktil. Just keep in mind, these guys that are running right here are running for their finals. They're running to get to Jackson Hole. As of now, Tyler Carroll and Dan Musu.
Tom Roby comes in with 56.88, putting him in the lead right now. 56.88 for Tom Roby. Up next, racer number 206, Brad Sharp, Moxie, Washington, riding Skidoo. He's going to be followed by Brett Hillum and Todd Tupper.
All right. James Marshall up and over with a 5746. 5746 puts him in the number 3 spot with 3 riders left to go. Number 271, Jason Tisdall, Aurora, Colorado, on a Skidoo, followed by Butch Anktil and Scott Long.
10036 for Brad Sharp. 10036 for Brad. Up next, racer number 33, Brett Hillam, Plain City, Utah, riding Polaris, followed by Todd Tupper in the Shermanator.
Uh-oh, that's not what Jason wanted. 14.5 in the blue. Marked 14.5. Next on the hill is going to be number 64, Butch Anktel, Park City, Utah, on a skidoo, followed by Scott Long, and then we got to move back up and catch up to Tim Mackey.
All right, Brett Hillam chugging away, trying. Ooh, there's a roost. Just realized earlier I called a rooster tail a fishtail. Kind of the same, but different. One's got scales, one's got feathers.
All right. Butch just moves into the number 2 spot with a 5.636. 5.636 for Butch. Now we're moving on to Scott Long, number 529, Spirit Lake, Idaho, on a skidoo. And then we'll jump back up and catch Tim Mackey to finish up the new member improved.
All right. I believe Brett is going to get a high mark. We'll get you the official on that here in just a sec as we get ready to go with racer number 30, Todd Tupper, Am in Idaho, riding Articat, followed by the Shermanator and Brooke Beckstrom.
All right, and Scott Long coming in with a 56.50. Boy, these guys are tight. And don't worry, my times aren't accurate. We gotta get it from the finals. But that just put him going to Jackson. With one left, Tim McKee, Harmontown, Minnesota, on an Articat.
All right. Brett Hillam. All right. So Brett Hillam going to get a high mark of 11.7 as we squeeze the trigger on Todd Tupper. ProMaster Mod qualifying going on here. Riding Articat. Todd Tupper with 5575 5575 for Todd Tupper, and it is the Shermanator, Sherman Nelson out of Rock Springs, Wyoming, riding Skidoo. He's going to be followed by Brooke Beckstrom and Fearless Farron Gilbert.
No, we have one more rider. All right, I missed Tim Mackey's time, but it came in at 56.74. 56.74. So from what mine's showing here, we got Tyler Carroll, Butch Anktel, and Scott Long taking the top three. That is unofficial. That is all I have.
Sherman Nelson coming in at 110.55, 110.55 for the Shermanator. Up next, racer number 9, Brooke Beckstrom, Salem, Utah, riding Polaris. He'll be followed by Fearless Farron Gilbert and Trent Handsaker. Brooke Beckstrom coming in with 59.82, 59.82 for Brooke Beckstrom. Up next, racer number 115. You already know how I feel about this guy. Fearless Farron Gilbert, Cascade, Idaho, riding Skidoo. He'll be followed by Trent Handsaker and Craig Gates. Farron Gilbert, 104, 57, 104.57 for Fearless Farron Gilbert. Up next, racer number 235, Trent Handsaker, Camas, Utah, riding Skidoo, followed by Craig Gates and Rick Haglin. Trent Hansaker coming in with 57.22, 5.722. For Trent Handsakers, we go to racer number 321, Craig Gates, Rock Springs, Wyoming. Riding Polaris will be followed by Rick Hagelin and Scott Long. Oh, Craig Gates swinging a little wide out there. Going to see if he can get it redirected and back before he goes past that gate. And he did it. Go up, up, up. There you go. There's some riding for you right there. It might not wind up being a great time, but it's some pretty incredible correction. Craig Gates, 1:13.21, 1:3.20. Rick Hagelin, race number 144. Heading up the hill, Laramie, Wyoming, riding Skidoo, going to be followed by Scott Long and Kyle Tapio. Tony Zollinger going to finish up ProMaster Mod. 9 Mod, be ready. 9 Mod, be ready. You're 4 away.
All right, Brandon Tittenser here with my good buddy and racing partner here, Tanner Myers. How you doing, Tanner?
Pretty good today.
He's doing good today. This kid's rock and roll, cash or crash. So, Tanner, tell me, how many years you raced?
This is my 9th year racing.
9th year. I remember when this kid was a pup. You know, I was taller than him at one time. But, so what's your favorite class out there, Tanner?
Well, the mod classes are always fun, but they're a little harder to hang on to them.
Yeah, but you do a pretty good job of it. Tanner, what's your goals this year?
Well, in the past, it's either win or wreck usually, so I'm trying to slow it down a little bit and be more consistent and smooth.
Very good. When Tanner comes consistent, you watch out. Jackson Hole, this is going to be one of your new world champions, Tanner Myers. Thanks for coming in and visiting with us, bud.
Thanks, Brandon.
1:14.06 for Rick Hagelin, 1:14.06 for Rick. Up next, racer number 529, Scott Long, Spirit Lake, Idaho, riding Skidoo. He's going to be followed by Kyle Tapio and Tony Zollinger once again, wrapping it up. 9 Mod, you might want to get him warmed up. Scott Long coming in with a 105.63, 105.63. Racer number 318, Kyle Tapio, Battleground, Washington, riding Articat, and Tony Zollinger going to finish up the class. Tony Ryan, Max McGinnis, and Brooke Beckstrom, be ready. Kyle Tapio, 55, 39, 55, 39 for Kyle Tapio. Tony Zollinger on the hill, wrapping it up in the Pro Master mod as we get ready for 9 mod. Tony Ryan, Mad Max, Brooke Beckstrom. First 3 up, come on into the hot pit. Tony Zollinger coming in with 56, 58, 5, 6, 5, 8, 4. Tony Zollinger up next, racer. Moving in now to 9 mod, 900 modified. Racer number 636, Tony Ryan up first. Roy Utah. Riding Skidoo, he's going to be followed by racer number 336, Mad Max McGinnis and Brooke Beckstrom. Tony Ryan letting it all hang out. Big jump right there. Oh, yeah, there it is. Get some sky miles up there. $54.84, 5484 for Tony Ryan. $54.84 up next, racer number 336. Mad Max McGinnis, Big Piney, Wyoming. Riding Skidoo. He's going to be followed by Brooke Beckstrom and Mason Rutledge. Max McGinnis coming in with 57.65, 7.60 for Max. Up next, racer number 9, Brooke Beckstrom, Salem, Utah. Riding Polaris, followed by Mason Rutledge and Aaron Buchelman. $58.92, 5892 for Brooke. Up next, racer number 522, Mason Rutledge, Rigby, Idaho, riding Skidoo. He's going to be followed by Aaron Buchelman and Tom Roby. 52-46. Mason Rutledge, 5-2-4-6. That'll put him out in front right now, but look out. Here comes racer number 13X, Aaron Buchanan, Caldwell, Idaho, riding Polaris. He'll be followed by Tom Roby and Brock Sharp. All right. Well, I'll tell you what, this just came in. So our new president, if you don't think he's dedicated to this sport, I just found this out. I did not know this before now. But not only do we have his snowcat up here, I'm pretty sure he's providing all the diesel for that bad boy, but the hill help up there is his crew that he took off a job that, well, I don't know if you guys know how jobs work, but that's how you get money. And Tyson pulled them off to put them up on the hill and come work for us. So make sure to tell Tyson thank you today for making this happen. We appreciate it, and it has gone well. I'm going to go ahead and knock on some wood, but it is working out good. Aaron Buchanan with 53-29, 5-3-2-9 for Aaron. Up next, racer number 179, Tom Roby, Thane, Wyoming, riding Skidoo. He's going to be followed by Brock Sharp and Cash or Crash, Aaron Stirk. Tom Roby with 53.76, sitting pretty right there, 5.376 for Roby. That's your second fastest qualifier, Tom Roby, right now, as we go to racer number 706, Brock Sharp, Moxie, Washington, riding Skidoo. He's going to be followed by Aaron Stirk and Danny Johnson. And 54.05 for Brock Sharp, 54.05 for Brock as we go with racer number 285. Cash or Crash, Aaron Stirk, Pinedale, Wyoming, off and running, riding Skidoo. He's going to be followed by Danny Johnson and Andy Thomas. $55.91 for Aaron, 55.91 for Aaron Stirk as we go with racer number 107, Danny Johnson, Kansas, Utah, riding Skidoo. He's going to be followed by Andy Thomas and Brian Thompson. Danny Johnson comes in with 54.95, 54.95 for Danny Johnson. Up next, racer number 104, Andy Thomas. Afton, Wyoming, riding Polaris. He's going to be followed by Brian Thompson and Spanky. Don't forget board members after the races today. The good news is you'll still probably get out of here before dark, the way things are going. But board members are going to have a board meeting. It'll either be in Darren Gould's trailer or in Rusty Johnson's trailer, one of the two. We'll let you know as we get closer, but board members, please make sure and stick around for a meeting after the race today. $55.30 for Andy Thomas. 5530 for Andy. Up next, racer number 41, Brian Thompson, West Haven, Utah, riding Polaris. He's going to be followed by Spanky and Ben Marquis. Ooh, getting a little janky. Brought it back around for all intent and purposes, I think. Nope. 10.1 is going to be the high mark for Brian Thompson. 10.1. Got crisscrossy there for a while. As we get ready to go with racer number 230, he's having a pretty fantastic day today. Blaine Matthews, Pinedale, Wyoming, riding Skidoo. He'll be followed by Ben and Jaden. Well, I just got some really good news. Robin survived with Jeff another year. Happy birthday, Robin. Hope you're watching. We sure miss you, even though you hate my music and you don't come here to listen to it anymore. But happy birthday, Robin. You should come hang out. We'd celebrate it right. Old Spanky, I'll tell you what, he's got another blazing fast run going. Blaine Matthews with 52.26, 52.26, and I believe that puts him out in front. Let me look at that again. 52.26. We got a 52.46. Yes. By 0.2 of a second, Blaine Matthews moves out front as we go with racer number 6, Ben Marquis, Etna, Wyoming. Riding Polaris, he'll be followed by Jaden Cook and Toby Shepard. $59.06 for Ben Marquis. 5.90 6 for Ben. Up next, racer number 78, Jaden Cook, Ogden, Utah. Riding Polaris, he'll be followed by Toby Shepard and Jay Menaberry. Jaden Cook coming in with 58.74, 58.74. Toby Shepard climbing right now. Going to see how quick he can get up and over. Your fastest qualifier right now is Spanky at 52.26. Second fastest, unofficially, Mason Rutledge. $53.29 for Toby Shepard. 53.29 for Toby. Up next, racer number 411, Jay Menaberry, Alpine, Wyoming. Riding Skidoo is going to be followed by Greg Dana and Big Ben. Jay also having a pretty good day. See if he can continue that trend. He's on a good roll right now. $53.48 for Jay Menaberry. 53.48. Racer number 789, Greg Dana, Thane, Wyoming, riding Skidoo. He's going to be followed by Big Ben and Zach. Greg looking pretty shiny up there, too. Let's see what he's going to lay down. 53.60. Oh, my goodness. They are stacking them in there so tight. As we go with racer number 72, Big Ben Slinsick, Rock Springs, Wyoming, riding Skidoo, followed by Zach Masson and Justin Thomas. Big Ben with 101, 61, 0 for Big Ben. Up next, racer number 707. Zach Matheson, Casper, Wyoming, riding Polaris, followed by Justin Thomas and Cameron Lindsay. And it's good that they know it. They can know that they're special, but they need to know that they're human. Oh, no. Zach having a little struggle out there. Looks like he's turning out, but we'll wait and see what the call is. It'll be 11.8, 11.8 for Zach as we go to racer number 112. Justin Thomas, Idaho Falls, Idaho, riding Polaris. He'll be followed by Cameron Lindsay, Keith Curtis, Kyle Tapio, Nate Suter, wrapping up the class. And we go to open mod, and unbelievably, that will wrap up a day of qualifying here at Bear Lake Race number 2. Team effort. Positive vibes to the universe. Racing's fun when it goes fast. No, and that, yeah, I mean, that'll change it after. What's the, I'm sure it's going to be one of the topics at the board meeting, but well, I've heard like 50 different things about the Lost Trail date, or maybe not the team. I know they're not doing it, but I've heard potential. Well, I heard they were talking about doing Aspen twice, but the Forest Service is going to have to do an impact study, and so we'll find out in 2027. Woo! Justin Thomas with 52.27, 5.227. For Justin Thomas, up next, racer number 185, Cameron Lindsay, Wellsville, Utah, riding Articat. He'll be followed by Keith Curtis and Kyle Tapio. Cousin Nate going to wrap up 9 mod, open mod. Cousin Nate again. It's pretty safe to bet we're going to drop him down 5 spots. He's last and he's first. But Greg Dana, Mason Rutledge, Brian Thompson, be ready. We're 4 away from open mod. Yeah, so if you need to get your clothing orders, now that probably a fair amount of you are done racing, if you want to come in and get your T-shirts, your hoodies, having a fire sale on those, well, I guess I shouldn't call it a fire sale. They were not involved in a fire. At least they better not have been. But we would like to see them roll on out of here. We got the hoodies for $30, and Sandy says we pretty well got something of every size. We got black and white T-shirts, all with the RMSHA logo. Free sticker with every purchase. Come on in and get it. Sandy's here. She's going to take care of your merch needs. Represent RMSHA. Cameron Lindsay coming in with 56.58, 56.58. For Cameron Lindsay, on the hill right now, racer number 711, Keith Curtis. Proud new papa from Dillon, Montana, riding Polaris. Among the other things on his resume, I think his favorite's that he's a dad. Kyle Tapio, then Nate Suter, then we'll go with Greg Dana, Mason Rutledge, and Brian Thompson. 52-21 for, or 0-1, sorry, 5-2-0-1 for Keith Curtis. That is your new fastest qualifier. Up next, racer number 318, Kyle Tapio, Battleground, Washington, riding Articat. Cousin Nate. After that, and that will finish up 9 mod. Then we go to open mod with Greg Dana, Mason Rutledge, Brian Thompson. Kyle Tapio with 54.06. 5-4-0-6 for Kyle Tapio. 5-4-0-6 for Kyle. Cousin Nate on the line. Thane, Wyoming, riding Skidoo. $54.73, 5-4-7-3 for Nate Suter. 5-4-7-3 for Nate. And we're going to go right into open modified with racer number 789, Greg Dana, Thane, Wyoming, riding Skidoo, followed by Mason Rutledge and Brian Thompson. $55.74 for Greg Dana. 5-5-7-4 for Greg. Up next, racer number 522, Mason Rutledge, Rigby, Idaho, riding Skidoo. He's going to be followed by Brian Thompson. And we'll let you know from there. We'll get Cousin Nate back down here. We'll slide him in there somewhere and run him up the hill again. Mason Rutledge coming in with 52.95, 52.95 For Mason Rutledge, up next, racer number 41, Brian Thompson, West Haven, Utah, riding Polaris. Come on in, and you'll never hear me say that except for when we're selling T-shirts. So if you're buying shirts, come say hi. Door's on the other side right there. I like the looks of this. It is. We're going to sell some merch. Check it out one after the other. I might be in the wrong line of business. $103.42.103.42 for Brian Thompson, and it is Aaron Buchelman, racer number 13X. Aaron Buchelman, Caldwell, Idaho, riding Polaris, followed by probably Andy, it looks like. MD, while you've been in here telling me to thank everybody else, I'd like to thank you for standing out there and running the starting line, and it looks like you're not paying attention or you're just really shy. MD Peterson. It's like I'm watching the race. Leave me alone. Everybody else thank MD and tell him I said thank you. All right. As per the new policy, you don't have to wait around for checks anymore. They'll come in the mail. But even better than that, to not have to go check your mailbox, if you want to fill out direct deposit forms, that would not only make your life easier, but I cannot tell you how much easier it's going to make Cheyenne's life. So she would love it if you'd come in. We've got the forms. We'll give them to you. You fill them out, and your checks will be direct deposited into your bank. No muss, no fuss, no waiting around for a check while you're trying to get out of the parking lot, and no checking the mailbox, because I don't know about you, but that is the hardest thing in the world to do. For the first time in my life, I live in a place where the mailbox is right across the street, and I hate it. All right, got a little snag on the old computer. It's a thinking. All righty. So Aaron Buchelman came in with a 5272, 5272 for Aaron. Andy Thomas came in with a 5359. Now I'm going to hit the refresh button so I don't have to keep asking Matt for the times. Oh, there we go. We woke up. Justin Thomas on the hill right now, racer number 112. Justin Thomas, Idaho Falls, Idaho, riding Polaris. He'll be followed by Danny Johnson and Russ Tapio. $54.92, 5492 for Justin Thomas and Danny Johnson, off and running, racer number 107. Board member Danny Johnson, Camas, Utah, riding Skidoo. He'll be followed by Russ Tapio and Zach Matheson. And I'm going to say it again really quick. Come fill out those direct deposit forms, and you're going to want to beat the rush. I get it. you're doing whatever racers do at the moment, and you don't want to be bothered with it. But if you don't want to wait in line for it, now would be the time to come and get it. Get your. All right, we're going to go jump back and pick up Cousin Nate after Danny Johnson. So on your program, move back up to the top. The number 1 position, Nate Suter, is on the starting line. He'll go after Danny goes up and over. Danny Johnson, 5807. 5807 for Danny Johnson, racer number 95. Cousin Nate Suter, Thane, Wyoming, riding Skidoo. Cousin Nate coming in with 53, 67, 5, 3, 6, 7 for Nate. And I wrote him in the wrong spot, just like I was trying to help everybody else not do. On the hill right now, racer number 322, Kyle Tapio. I'm just going to rewind really quick. Did you hear that? Racer number 95, Cousin Nate, got 5, 3, 6, 7. Russ Tapio on the hill right now. Battleground Washington riding Articat. He's going to be followed by Zach Matheson and Garth Kaufman. Oh. Boy, you don't hear that very often when Tapios are running the hill. 12.9 high mark for Russ Tapio. That comes as a shock. Up next, racer number 707, Zach is back. Matheson, Casper, Wyoming, riding Polaris. He's going to be followed by Garth Kaufman and Tony Ryan. And once again, remember, we got our locals race going to be happening over in the blue lane as soon as we finish the finals in the semi-pro lane tomorrow. And right in the neighborhood of 11:30, we are going to put together our 120 races. So right about 11:30 tomorrow morning, 120s. Bring the babies. Let's race them. All right. So on the hoodie department, we've got everything but mediums left. But, you know, the large or the extra large, whichever side you're leaning, they're still going to do the job. Or wait, I guess that's not in between. Small. Put that together in your head. All right, let's talk about Zach really quick, and then I'll tell you about the hoodies. 5586 for Zach Matheson. 5586 for Zach. And racer number 40, 8. Garth Kaufman supercharged up the hill out to Wyoming, riding the cat. He's going to be followed by Tony Ryan and Cameron Lindsay. Back to the hoodies, though. So we're out of mediums, but we got smalls and larges and extra larges. But what that means is we're starting to run out of sizes. So if you're thinking about it, now's the time to come and check and make sure we've got your size. Plenty of T-shirts, stickers, hoodie, medium hoodies are gonzo. Being quick. Nate. Fucking hell, dude. Sorry, I just. Oh, shit. Garth Kaufman came in with a 57.34, 5.7.34 for Garth, and Tony Ryan with a 59.44, 5.9.44 for Tony. Racer number 185, Cameron Lindsay, Wellsville, Utah, riding Articat, followed by Jay Manberry and sorry, folks at home. I sometimes forget which of the speakers I'm talking into, and this one I used the microphone to think I was talking on the radio. It's raw and real here. Not polished. Oh, dear. Cameron Lindsay turning out at 11.2. 11.2, the high mark for Cameron Lindsay. As we get ready to go with racer number 411, the train robber, Jay Manberry, Alpine, Wyoming, riding Skidoo. He's going to be followed by Spanky and Big Ben. All right, Mentalberry coming in with 55.04.5504. For Jay Mentalberry and Spankies. Pulling back the hammer and squeezing the trigger. Pinedale, Wyoming, riding Skidoo. I don't know what he had for breakfast, but I want some. Racer number 72, Big Ben after that. Then Jaden Cook. Woo, Blaine Matthews. He did it again. 51, 57, 5-1, 5-7 for Spanky. Headed up the hill right now, racer number 72, Big Ben Slensky. Slensky. How long have I been doing that? Rock Springs, Wyoming, riding Skidoo. He's going to be followed by Jaden Cook and Tanner Myers. Big Ben coming in with 1-0-0-5-8. Big Ben 1-0-0-5-8 on the hill right now. Racer number 78, Jaden Cook, Ogden, Utah. Riding Polaris. He's going to be followed by Tanner Myers and Kyle Tapio. Jaden Cook comes in with 56-39, 5-6-3-9 for Jaden Cook. On the hill right now, racer number 2. You just saw him on the live feed, Tanner Myers. This is about as close to a hometown race as we get for the Myers clan. And Tanner looking good. Soda Springs, Idaho, riding Polaris. He's going to be followed by Kyle Tapio, Toby Shepard, Mad Max McGinnis, and Cash or Crash. Let's go for some cash, Aaron. Tanner coming in with 55, 57, 55, 57 for the local-ish. Racer number 318, Kyle Tapio on the hill. From Battleground, Washington, riding Articat. He's going to be followed by Toby Shepard and Mad Max McGinnis. Aaron Sturck wrapping up the class. And I believe this is a world record photo finish, not photo finish, easy finish. Qualifying before 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I don't know what you folks watching at home are going to do with the rest of your day, but I got a pretty good idea what I'm going to do with mine. All right, board members, don't forget we're going to have a board meeting right after. And you can take as much time with that thing as you want now. Still get home before dark. Board members, we will be having a meeting directly after the racing. Kyle Tapio coming in with 52-56, 5-2-5-6. For Kyle Tapio on the hill right now, racer number 22, carrying on the legend, Toby Shepard, Jackson, Montana, riding Polaris. I don't know what's going on with his day sheet, but he was from Victor, Idaho a while ago. Now he's from Jackson, Idaho. No, he's from Jackson, Montana. He rides Polaris. He's going to be followed by Mad Max, and then Aaron Sturck going to wrap up our day here on the hill at the Rocky Mountain States Hill Climb Association Bear Lake number 2 race. Toby Shepard with 55, 24, 5, 5, 2, 4 for Toby Shepard. Mad Max charging the hill right now. Racer number 3, 36, hails from Big Piney, Wyoming. Ride Skidoo, getting it done. Oof. 7.5. Going to be the high mark for Max McGinnis. I didn't want to even say that. 7.5. He's going to be grumpy. He will be Mad Max over that deal. As we get ready to go with the last of the day, final qualifier, open mod, racer number 285, Cash or Crash. Let's go for some cash. Aaron Sturck, Pinedale, Wyoming, riding Skidoo. No. That's I didn't think so. I quit drinking. Good for you. Drink on occasion, but I haven't drank for. I didn't start until I was almost 45, so. $56, 32, 5, 6, 3, 2. For Aaron Sturck. All right, folks, here in just a little bit, those of you watching at home, you can check out the results, and then you'll be able to print day sheets, hopefully online. I know we had a little bit of a hiccup with that. I'm not sure if that's remedied, but keep an eye on it, and we will be right back here for the live feed at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning on the RMSHA Facebook page. And I don't know why we wouldn't go ahead and put that live feed on rmxsports.tv on YouTube. I can't imagine why we wouldn't do that. But thank you so much for being here. Big thanks to our sponsors, and we'll see you tomorrow morning. I'm Kenny. On behalf of Brandon Tittenser, may the best of your past be the worst of your future.